Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Anything to do with you got to go to Orlando in a Sprinter with Bubba and ruin her Saturday. All of that. Every time I see her, she's always so sweet. Is she really, really, really having to put? Fake. I mean, like every time I see her, I'm like, oh, she's always so nice to me and everything. But Dan is, honest to God, please don't worry about crushing my. Is it all fake? Is it
all fake? Dude, she absolutely hates your guts.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Tuesday, December 5th, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Let me, if I quickly hurry and get out of that music, then potentially it seems like even our music that we have within our next gen system might be like copyright problems. So if I just quickly get out, you know what I'm saying? So usually I would go on and on, try to write it out a little bit, but
will they copyright flag you on stuff that you already own sometimes?
Jesus. Work the mic the same, buddy.
I do.
No, you were coming in, buddy. I have everybody's levels where they're supposed to be, and then you just were way hot, like really blowing our vibe. What was your question again?
Have you ever gotten flagged for copyright when it was actually your own copyright?
Yeah, yeah, and you also get other people running your stuff, making money on it, and then you got to try to go and police all that too. And I know there's a lot of that.
There sure is.
I think you and Rhett are constantly trying to work on that.
Yes.
And the merch crick. I had to get my federal trademark because I own Bubba the Love Sponge, federally trademarked. I own the 12 Boobs of Christmas, federally trademarked. I own Shot Collar Karaoke, federally trademarked. I own Bubba Army, the Bubba Army or Bubba Army. I own both. Well, one of each. One is the same. I own that federally trademarked. And then I think there's one more that I own that I have a federal trademark on. So Merch Crick now, a lot of the Bubba Army reaches out to her and gives her these Cafe Press, Etsy, these sites that are offering Bubba Army,
Oh, merch, fake merch.
Oh yeah,
coffee mugs and all that crap.
Yeah, we getting ready to take off. Please buckle your seats and put your tray tables back. What was that? What was that?
That was my sound.
Oh, was that your sound?
Yes, it was.
With your SATCOM type fortress over there?
Yes. I'm sorry about that.
The Death Star.
It was.
Brett, let me see. We'll do today's shirt of the day.
What of the day?
The shirt of the day.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought
okay.
you said something else too.
Damn it, Poppins.
No,
Did you
was
get it?
the shirt.
Yeah, we did.
A lot of times, though, when I say shirt of the day, I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I continue to be on the air and talk. And then a lot of the still shots that you send me, my mouth is open. And it's like, it's not necessarily the best look with my mouth open.
Florida Stanley, $100 on the cash out.
I think that was after hours
It was.
yesterday.
He says the backpack is underpriced.
Oh, my God. Speaking of which, I left so much money on the table from that. So I saw this post yesterday on Facebook, and it says, my current work bag next to my new one. This Bubba Army bag should be priced at $100.
That was Florida Stanley.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would pay that sight unseen, but after seeing it in person, I'd pay $100 for this. What were we charging on me? $34.90.
Yeah.
It's cheap.
I was like, Merch Crick, I don't want to gouge my listeners. We're making like $5-6 a bag, but I think. By the way, we're ordering another batch. It'll probably take about 8 weeks to get here. And the only difference we're making, Lummy, is we're going to
double the price.
No.
Oh.
Of course, the Jewish girl comes in with that. No, that's not what we're doing. We're going to make the Bubba Army logo red.
Oh, nice.
To go along with the zipper kind of deal.
Right, all the little red highlights.
And then we might raise it from like $34.99 to like
$200.
No, I'm thinking like maybe $41.99.
Renegade, $100 cash out.
Thank you. Like just a tad over 40. And I don't think anybody would blame me for that.
No, dude, it's literally the nicest backpack I've ever played with.
Yeah, it's the nicest one that little Danny
the amount of zippers
has seen
and pockets.
too, but not one of your daughter.
No, I mean,
She wants a basic JanSport with one pocket.
Now she went to Louis Vuitton over the shoulder, Willie.
That's true.
So anyway, Bubba, now listen, Lummy. Supposedly the 100 or so remember how fast we sold out of the tactical bags?
Oh yeah.
Supposedly we're getting 100 of those today.
Oh, nice.
And I'm trying. I think we had polyester sweatshirts, but they got FedEx or UPS or whoever. I think it was FedEx. FedEx lost the box.
Of course.
What?
Yeah, and the company now has had to have to reimburse me because they think I'm like I didn't. They were the polyester pullover sweatshirts, the real cool ones, and that we've never done before. They cost me a lot of money. And I ordered 100 of them, or maybe 150 of them, and they're like, they think, Dan, that I got them, and I'm just trying to tell them that I don't got them, and I'm trying to gouge them. And I'm like, I really don't have them. Like, check my website, check everywhere I sell things. I'm not selling them. I don't have them. I want my money back. They're like, well, and so like FedEx.
Is it the shipping problem or is it the manufacturer's problem?
No, the manufacturer made them and shipped them. And FedEx has lost them.
So FedEx should compensate.
Well, yes, you're right. And so
Do they have proof of delivery?
try to get into the FedEx compensation department and get back to me.
You're going to be on a long waiting list.
Yeah.
Especially right now during the holidays.
Yeah, so because they got to look into it and see what potential warehouse it disappeared and like what was the chain of command on the scan codes, and it's just an absolute. Meanwhile, for cold weather, we'd be blowing through Bubba Army sweatshirts right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Bubba Army pullover, quarter zip, polyester. Oh, they were badass, and somebody jacked them.
You're going to find them in May.
I do have something coming that I had such a good day yesterday business wise.
Good.
Like 3 or 4 things. Three things were in the air kind of. I needed to get 3 things. I had 3 things in the air that Tom Bean and Mark Tate and a couple other people were working on, and they all came through. Like we got yeses and favorable outcomes on all 3 of those. And then I got the final okay from this new product I'm going to be selling, but I can't get into it. I can't get into it. But I'll tell you guys privately.
Sweet.
So you got
Cool.
4 good deals yesterday.
Oh my God.
That's awesome. That never happens.
Yeah, I was 4-0, just like I am on trial on jury trials. I was 4-0 yesterday.
Wow.
So anyway, Florida Stanley got his bag. Please, a lot of people, Bub Army merch, Bub Army store, BubArmyShop.com. A lot of people got shut out of these bags just because they literally. I ordered like 300 of them, and we blew through them in like 2 days. So I'm ordering, I think, another couple hundred.
Curtis Enright, 25 on the Venmo.
And don't get shut out on them because I don't think I can order them again. Lummy, I did get confirmation that the BARP rings will be. You know how we didn't even cut mostly because of your lovely wife and the Excel spreadsheet she built.
Oh yeah, nice.
But anyway, the process seemed to be a little easier this year, and we got it in right on the 15th, and we got we have heard back from the manufacturer. Let me remember 1 year, was it 2 years ago? They didn't even come.
Yeah, the year of COVID.
Yeah, 2 years ago, maybe.
I think it was 21.
Yeah, I think it was 21. We didn't even get them. We didn't get them till like February 10th, and then it took literally cost us like $800 in shipping to get everybody their ring, and then of that 2 or 3 got lost. It was just, an absolute horrible. So this year they're saying, as we're checking shipping and everything like that, they're saying that I think they leave Friday.
Oh, nice.
The rings, and we should have them midweek next week.
Now,
all of them.
Do they still fly up into Canada and all that, or do they fly directly to the U.S.?
We're getting them directly now.
No, nice.
I cut to Canadian out.
Nice.
I cut the Canadian out because the Canadian was pad me up like,
Come on.
No. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, I was saying Canadian. I was saying Canadian.
Get knick-knacked the whole way up?
Canadian Customs. That's good.
No. I'm talking about, here's where the Canadian messed up. The Canadian, and I hope she didn't listen to the show, but where we used to get our rings from, okay? Well, last year, there was like 4 or 5 rings they missed or we needed to add or something like that. So my ring rep that I've been dealing with now, for 5 years, and she loved, I was guaranteed, big, I was probably her Christmas bonus every year because for 5 years, I put a very significant order in.
Nice.
And I'm sure she works on commission, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I get a hold of her after the ring ceremony last year, and I'm like, hey, listen, we need 5 more rings. I know I got to pay for them and everything, but can you get a hold of your manufacturer and, I need 5 more ASAP. And they already have the molds made, so all they have to do is just change the name on the side of the ring. It's really not that big of a deal, but it takes, 6 to 8 weeks. Well, she had the manufacturer, instead of eliminating her, she just had the manufacturer ship them right to me. Right?
Oh, nice.
So now, Dan, I learn out who she's getting them manufactured by, and I called them direct.
Big old bypass?
And I'm like, hey, listen, I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. I think you guys have been doing my Bubba Army rings. And the sales guy goes, yeah, as a matter of fact, I got a little 5-ring display in my office of all your rings. We use it a lot. They use it to show people, different
cool.
when somebody's in there and it's not a sports application, but it's like a reward of a medical device company, or just they're super cool. Mm-hmm. And they use the Bubba Army rings as an example to show potential clients of somebody that's using it outside of sports, So I'm like, well, listen, yeah, I said, so you've done all my rings? And he goes, yep. And I said, well, if I was just to go to direct with you, how much, what was it going to cost? You wouldn't believe how much the old girl was gouging me.
Really?
She was gouging the hell out of me.
Thousands?
We'll talk about it privately.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you bypassed that.
And I get it sooner now because usually they would have to, the manufacturer would ship it to Canada, and then getting it from Canada to here was always a pain in the ass.
Yeah, the Canadian
now I'm just getting it right from the tap. I'm getting it right from the tap, and I'm going to get it that much sooner. So, Dan, let me tell you what I did with this guy. who said supposedly he took a picture of the rings, and I go, okay, well, I'd like to design this year's ring, and I want you to send it to me, like as soon as you get it done, so that I know that it's good quality, it's the same quality of the other 5 rings, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so my ring is done. I have it at my apartment. And have I shown it to you guys?
Yeah.
I think I've shown you this ring.
Bad ass.
The baddest ring ever.
Yes.
This year's ring will blow away every ring we've ever had. And so after he showed me the quality of what the rings would be, I'm like, yep, that's my guy. So all the rings should be in here, next week, Lummy, and
Awesome.
may have to have like a little arts and crafts party because I had to buy the boxes separate. So we're going to have to find the ring, put it in a box, then label it,
Yeah.
label it.
Did the Canadian box them for you?
The Canadians did box them for me.
Okay, so she did do some service.
Yeah,
a whopping service.
Whopping. Hey, let me
100
put Jim size 10.5 on the top of this ring box, and then find Jim 10.5, put it inside the ring. There you go. I mean, literally, a guy with working at one of the assembly places for mildly slow adults. Let me
Park.
Yeah. They listen. There's this organization named Park, and if you have like just straight, almost a monkey could do it assembly work, like just literally like there's stuff coming down the line, and you just put like a screw in this one little spot, and they'll hire these Park people, which are like slow adults, and pay them like $2.75 an hour.
Cheap labor, nice.
And but Park charges like $4 an hour. So you pay Park $4, they give $2.50, and they're putting $1.50 in their pocket just to run the shuttle bus over there.
Nothing like exploiting the handicapped.
Yeah, nothing like exploiting the handicap.
Well, you do that with Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah, well, I still pay Dumb and Dumber. But listen, my mom used to do a lot of benefits and charities for LARC, which was the founding company.
Oh.
It was called, the League to Aid Our Children.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't believe you can't even say what the name of the company is anymore. But the Park has been a nice offshoot, and it does give a lot of kids and young adults something meaningful to do.
Yeah, I mean, so we couldn't Park. We couldn't even tell people what Park stands for.
I'm not really sure because I'm a member of the NAACP, and I'm afraid to say what that means.
Right, and you're a member of it.
And I'm a member of it.
And know the president.
I do.
And have helped them do some stuff.
I'm a lifelong member.
Yeah. So anyway, Park is. Can you say every word except the R word?
Bubba Rhett found a good commercial for Park in the
did?
90s. Yeah.
Where's it at?
1991.
It's in your messenger.
Okay, is it from Rhett or is it from you?
It's from Rhett. Well, I mean, I sent it to you.
Okay, so then say it's from me.
It's from me.
Okay. I'll have to find it here, okay?
All right.
Let me see here.
There's some guy put his channel intro in like the first 6-7 seconds, so it doesn't start until about 5-6 seconds.
Okay, let me see
it is.
here.
There, yeah.
Right here. All right, here we go. This is Park.
Now the announcer does say it at the very end of the commercial, but I feel like
I don't think you can get in trouble.
no, I don't think so
If
either.
we're playing a commercial.
It's played on TV.
And by the way, this is now has Park changed their what
Nope.
have they changed the title of their company?
Nor has the
think they have.
NAACP.
Here we go. Now Park, which I used to help too and donate to, they sub out all these slower adults to do assembly work at all kinds of different places and really do make money off of them. Here we go though. This is a 1990s commercial for Park.
Yes.
Clear glass here, green there, round there. I sort glass. That's my job. I learned the job slow, and now I know it by heart.
He earns money, he pays taxes. He's just like you.
Just like you.
ARC, the Association for Retarded Citizens.
Don't throw us away.
I like it.
Yeah.
I think I should be running it again.
He's just like you.
I think I should be running it during the Super Bowl this year. Right?
Yeah, why not?
Speaking of which, Rhett's got some really good videos up on YouTube. Now, that's just I got to think that if you're Bubba Army, you know, maybe you go to Bubba Army HQ, yeah, maybe you go to Twitch, you know, maybe you go to Rumble, I don't know. But anyway, I know that you got to be a subscriber to our YouTube channel because we put so much stuff up there that it's outside of the show, like that's non-show related, or that's old show that we've made into a video, like Hogan talking about, you know, how big of a poop Andre the Giant took on Macho Man's comforter, like just cool stuff. And I think Brett's got some new videos, one of which is the drone, the Chick-fil-A drone service, right? You got that going up.
Yeah, that went up yesterday.
You got Hogan and Bischoff. They start shooting about what's wrong with WCW.
No, TNA.
About TNA.
It was like a month after they had taken control, and Gary V. Cantrell has been doing a lot of heavy work.
Cantrell.
He's been kicking absolute ass this week.
I love him. We need to make sure we continue. He's invited to Barb, isn't he?
Yes,
yeah, he'll be here.
All right.
Yep.
Then we get into a whole big Karen Angle and Kurt Angle divorce, sex kind of deal, right? And then we get into the shorts, and this is what Rhett's really been working on. Eric Bischoff gets real, unfiltered thoughts on the Big Show's work ethic. Karen Angle exposes Vince McMahon for the deep dislike for him.
And that's
going to be a good one. Former WWE executive Eric Bischoff shares Vince McMahon's of creative skill. So we just got a lot. I mostly can't see the font. So I'm getting old. I still don't need reading glasses.
Oh, that's
though.
good.
But I think most people my age need reading glasses. But
yeah, and younger.
But I don't. So anyway, go to our YouTube channel. There's some really, really, really good stuff up there. And Rhett, thank you for that.
Do you have to bust out
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Gary. Do I got to bust out what now?
a little flashlight when you're reading the menus at night at a restaurant?
Well, no. Usually no. Because I don't want to be that guy that's got my iPhone with my flashlight on. So usually,
so it's like an inch from your face.
So usually, no, not at all. So usually, Dan, the entree is actually a little bit bolder, and then it may have a description and stuff. I can usually kind of rough it in just by the intro of the like Chilean sea bass. It'll be a little bit bigger than what the description of what it has on it. So I'd be like, I'll take the Chilean sea bass with baked potato, Caesar salad, please. I don't need to look at the.
Even though it has like mango salsa.
Well, usually they ask you if it's okay.
I'm like, I'll just say plain.
Oh, there you go.
You know, I mean, you can't go wrong with plain, right?
No.
And as soon as Rainbow Rick gets my stickers done on my Fender Works 2004 fully restored Crown Vic and my Ghostbusters machine that's going to be, I'm going to start doing my food review again. A lot of people are mad. Are like, man, did you forget the food review? That was like 6, 7, 8, 9,000 views that you would do and scratching off with the homies. I haven't gotten lazy and all that. I just don't have the right vehicle to do it. You know? You need that Crown Vic fully lit up, fully restored, fully murdered out. Adam with the tent. So,
with the Scratch with the Homies, are you going to go see that guy that lives by Tom Bean's?
Well, you know what? The reason why I haven't done Scratching with the Homies is because I had such a bad
dirty.
Because I had such a bad experience with the first time that I tried to do it.
What happened the first time?
The guy was all Jesused out.
Yeah.
And I stupidly gave him $100.
What?
I don't even know what I was thinking then,
win?
Lummy.
You were feeling good that day.
No, so I walked up to him. He was right outside, down the road a little bit here from the studios.
At least he was a big fan.
And I walked out, and literally, Dan, he has a boom box listening to AM radio. I don't know if it's me or not. And I think, Rhett, I think we had the video, don't we?
Oh yeah,
we do. It's still up.
It's on our YouTube.
Yeah, let me see. Let me send Linda. Linda.
Listen, Linda.
Let me. Can you send it to
Let
me?
me find it real quick.
And so Dan, he goes, I don't want to. I'm like, hey, listen, buddy, we do this thing called scratching off with the homies, and it's where I give you a $5 scratch-off ticket, and you scratch off, and whatever you win's yours. Like, boom. And then he's like, no, I don't want that. I don't like to gamble. It's a vice of the Lord. You know, it's like some kind of devil deal or something like that.
You got caught in that quicksand?
He was right down the street, too. I sent it to you.
You did?
Yep.
And I was like, and so then that kind of put a damper on, you know, when your first one fails, right?
Yeah, it kind of kills the mood.
Yeah.
Get up and keep going.
Sure. This is our 3rd edition. It's probably that fancy
So
hat.
this is your 3rd edition.
The homeless people.
Yeah, because you got
in
Indiana.
I did 2 of them in Indiana.
Right, so,
and
I
the Indiana homeless
wasn't your
people are
first
far better, though. I'm just saying, like, the 2 Indiana people I had were great.
Wow, that's a huge sample size. 2 whole people.
Well, bitch, you want to start doing it? You want to start doing it?
No, I don't.
All right,
I
then
don't
shut
like
your hole.
Oh, my God.
Series called Scratching Off. Stop trying to always try to shove it up my ass with the homies. Tired of it.
And you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out.
So I'm all excited. I found this homeless dude down there by the Brinks place.
Yeah.
He's got literally a professional homeless setup. He's got like a
professional homeless setup.
He's got a grocery cart from Walmart or something like that, Lummy, that he had all of his belongings in, and he pushes it, and he has like a little tent.
That's weird. So he was fine stealing that, but he didn't want to gamble.
Yeah, this is him.
Yeah, a bike.
I mean, he's got. I mean,
oh, he's good, dude.
Yeah, look.
That's home.
He's homeless rich.
My name is Bubba, and I do a series on YouTube where I give homeless people whatever lottery tickets, and we film them in whatever. They're brand new. I just got them.
I don't do the lottery.
Oh, but whatever you win, you keep.
Good.
The hat tip you off?
Jesus. Yeah.
You know what, Bubba? Maybe he lost everything because he was a degenerate gambler, and he's trying to rehabilitate.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
That would, I mean, it would seem like he was like
his
he
wife
thought
left
I
him or
was handing him like, you know, a poisonous coral snake or something.
Yeah.
Watch. I mean, there could be.
I know it.
But you don't want to do it.
You Bubba the Love Sponge?
Yeah. There you go.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
That is, and I like his pronunciation of my name. But you don't want to do it. Might want to make that a drop, Lummy, right here. Ready? Right here. I want to make this a drop.
You Bubba the Love Sponge?
There you go. You Bubba the Love Sponge?
You Bubba the Love Sponge?
Yeah.
I heard of you.
I mean, I should send that to iHeart and say, you tell me right now what radio personality you got. Your morning show on 98 Rock is this diversified that they can literally walk out and on
a 60-year-old homeless African American
knows who I am. I mean,
Christian.
Yeah, a Christian, a 60-some-year-old homeless African American Christian. I'm such a rock star that even he knows who I am.
You may want to send it to Salem too.
But you don't want to do it.
You Bubba the Love Sponge?
Yeah.
I heard of you.
Heard of you?
That's like in the movie.
On the radio, I heard of you.
How you been?
All right, Bubba.
He's gonna touch you, man.
He's like Larry Bird when Dominic Wilkins tried to
He's like,
I do for you. Since
I won't take them, huh?
Since you want them, how about
I'm trying to get me somewhere to stay so I can ever use some donations.
All right.
Financial donations.
Financial donation. This guy's like Red Fox, like he is straight working me.
Yeah.
And Lummy, I got worked. Money?
Yeah, that'd be a blessing.
All right. Well, since you recognize me, I'm gonna go back and get you some money.
Oh.
Since you don't like lotto tickets.
No, I don't play them.
I'm gonna go back and get you some money.
Praise the Lord.
Hold on, just stay right here. Talk to my girl Erica.
Praise the Lord.
Hi, I'm Erica. Nice to meet you.
Praise the Lord.
He's like, oh yeah, praise the Lord.
Yeah, look at
Want to touch her hand?
So you don't play lottery tickets because it's kind of a sin?
No, no. I have convictions, spiritual convictions.
Okay.
I have spiritual convictions.
Spiritual conviction.
I know we might want to start using that one. We got
every time I don't want to do something, I'm just going to say that. Sorry, I got
got
spiritual convictions on Saturday night. I can't make it.
No. You have
tried as a
spiritual
child of
convictions
God.
just in general.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't make it Saturday.
Yeah,
Make it broad range that bitch.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I can't. I have I have strong spiritual convictions about this.
The Lord got real pissed at me last time I went out.
I think the less that you say and the more you just leave it as spiritual convictions, boom, right there.
Yeah, nobody wants to follow up. Not even me. I'm like, all right.
Like it's
fine.
and it's so encompassing, you know.
But the thing is, you have zero spiritual convictions, right, Anna?
I have moral convictions. I don't have any
Moral's not spiritual.
No, I don't have spiritual
Zero.
convictions at all.
I don't have
Zero.
very spiritual convictions.
But you do, man?
A little bit. Really?
You really think about it?
Yeah,
I don't think you do.
Sure I do.
I mean, Dan, you have fake spiritual convictions.
Which is worse.
Dan, you have enough to get you through your Italian family's religious, stance in life, spiritual convictions. You don't really abide by any of them at the end of the day. You break every one of them every day.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Like, I don't murder people.
No, I mean, okay.
Yes, there you go.
Congratulations.
Hold on.
Steal.
So you don't steal and you don't murder.
Right.
Can we might want to stop while we're ahead.
Okay, I'll stop there.
He be on the radio, don't he?
Yes, sir.
I thought he was.
It'd be interesting to thought. You thought what?
I know.
You thought what? Hold on.
Yes, sir.
I thought he was.
The building's right over there.
I like his glasses.
He's like Joe Biden right now.
Shh, hold on.
How long have you been on the streets?
Oh, Jesus, quite a while, but Jesus is the answer. He loves us all. He died for our sins. He'll save us all. Jesus is the answer.
Well, Jesus ain't doing too good for you right now because it only looks like the only guy that's getting ready to hand you a $100 bill is fat ass Bubba the Love Sponge, not Jesus.
Some people like that say Jesus was homeless. So
Well, I'm just saying though,
Yeah,
what
well,
has Jesus put $100 in your pocket? I doubt it.
No, he's got a fine hat on his head, though.
He loves us all.
What's your name?
Clarence. Brother Clarence.
Clarence?
Clarence.
And how did you know about me? How'd you know?
On the radio. I hear you on the
He's
radio.
listening to the radio right now.
Yeah. I'm on AM 820 here locally.
I heard about you, Bubba. You was having some difficulties a couple years back.
I mean, he's pretty
kind
well.
of up to date.
Yeah, he's pretty well read for a homeless dude.
But I'm getting back on track. So I got something for you.
It's a blessing here, Bubba.
$100.
Bubba,
That's
the
crazy.
Love Sponge. I remember that.
Okay, listen.
Yeah, he's working,
You
yeah.
up there. So keep an eye on it, and I appreciate your honesty, my friend, and I hope that helps you out a little bit.
It does, Bubba.
All right,
It does, Bubba.
all right, my man.
Thank you a lot.
Was it
Yeah,
Clarence?
praise the Lord.
or Clarence?
Yeah, Clarence.
Clarence. God bless you, Clarence.
yeah.
Yeah.
And now you're saying you regret that?
Well,
That's
I mean,
actual money,
I
man.
probably shouldn't have given him 100.
Yeah.
I might have been kind of maybe trying to play up to the camera a little bit.
I got
Should have had
you.
100, then like.
Taking it back once the camera was done, give him a 20.
Punch him in the face.
Someone just spin him like a simpleton?
God, you guys are imbeciles.
Listen, more of the Bubba the Love Sponge show after these words.
Spiritual homeless camp.
You have like conniptions, not convictions.
Conniptions? Yeah. I have strong moral convictions. I don't have any spiritual convictions. I don't think that it really matters. At least you the same moral outcome.
Natalie, Ruby.
Polio, that's you.
Very true. Rick.
Brian from Philly. Rick Williams. Yinzer. Dan Orlando. Submarine, Oklahoma.
Do you have to like apply to be a part of the NAACP? Like to become a member?
You just have to join.
Oh.
And have like go through like a
Become
process.
a member. Join.
Hollywood 69.
Oh, you just have to do this?
Hey, money.
It was out of focus.
Money.
And we're like lifelong members. We have like a platinum membership or whatever.
Ooh,
it is.
nice.
What's up, Kicks for Guns 2X1? Comes up in Peterborough.
Morning. Blue
green nipples. Blue lug. Woke up with a tight hamstring.
You stretch?
No. I'd be like eating healthy.
Right. No spiritual convictions to stretch or eat healthy?
Well, I mean, I'll go down and touch my toes and shit just to, like, before I ride.
Okay.
Like, bounce 2 or 3 times just to make sure I can still touch them and then go ride. That's about my stretch.
Oh, still got it.
Okay, good.
I feel like that's a good way to, like, snap your hamstring.
Yeah. I bounce till I hear a crack. And then when it pops, I'm like, okay, I'm good. So group flips.
Oh, shit.
Maria. Powers. Chris Ogle.
What
Big
did
buck.
Jason Hefner? Your brother sent me a pretty funny video. I put him.
I saw it. I know.
I'm sure
I was
he sent
fucking
it.
crying.
Pretty good.
I was like, you have to send it to Anna.
Did you find it first?
He found it.
Oh, he did.
And I'm like, you gotta send it to Anna right now.
Yeah.
As soon as he showed it to me, I haven't sent it to her. Like, she'll love
Yeah,
that shit.
I was.
Bubba love it too. The Havoc.
It's just because of general. What did she say? Generational trauma. I was like,
Oh, she should go to Canada and commit suicide.
and then he's like, ma'am, and she's like, please don't call me. She's like, that's why she failed her fucking sobriety test. That was funny or not. And he was like super cool. Like he was.
Yeah.
I mean, at least what I saw.
I don't have that kind of patience.
He'd be like, listen, bitch,
But
shut the fuck
you're
up.
funny.
Okay, 3 days left of the baker. We gotta push. What place are you in, Maria?
What's up, Jason Hefner? Snowzooks, Lozaire, Big Kahuna. Oh yeah, I have to see a speech therapist. Used the gutter. Should I have done that? See, you're fine. It used to be fine back in the day. Now it's Rodolfo. So, Gary Cantrell.
Following. 4th place, so I should be fine to make it to the next round. Ooh, good, okay. Is it top 5? I know.
I think I did notice that.
Then you can pay for more votes. You can, by the way.
You win.
Morning to Havoc.
December 5th.
That Tommy Army for life.
It's not 20. Oh, good. Perfect. All right. So this is just round 1.
Oh, I see. Solving issues.
Let's get down to business.
If you were locked away in an
insane asylum.
Maybe it's time you let me get on with my job.
This is what it would sound like.
I don't think that Americans would find that funny.
No, it is not a joke.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show, just a standard Willie. Me, Lummy, Anna, Rhett, Mach will be on Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, and then audibly on BubbaArmyHQ.com. Lots of great stuff up there. Please, sometime today or maybe later by the end of this week, do me a favor and just go navigate around Bubba Army HQ and just look into the archive section and just look at the 16, 17, 18, 20,000 pieces or different shows and elements and parodies. And it's like, and I'm finding new stuff daily that's going to be even some really oddball stuff. Like, Bubba's WLUM Hot 102 Milwaukee, 5-minute air check. Put it up there, Lummy, like under old radio stations, or Mike Rowe will think of a category, but we're scouring through I'm looking through all of my livestock pictures, all of my Bubba Palooza pictures. I just want to make Bubba Army HQ, and eventually we'll be doing video over there. I'm working on getting all the Bubba Ross or hard drives and be able to put all the nasty stuff up there. Like, we actually, if you think about it, we discovered Akira, and Akira, if you look it up, she actually was doing after she already made it as the biggest porn star in the history of the world. And I think she's still such a huge player in that space that Pornhub gave her a percentage of ownership to be the face, or like the forever, she's like the Tom Brady of porn.
Yeah.
And we discovered her. I discovered her, and for 4 years, I got to do something with this content, but I got 4 years worth of content when she was an amateur. She wasn't in porn.
What was your last correspondence with her? Like last time you spoke with her or had any kind of interaction with her?
It's been a while. I think Spice Boy really put a
damper on that.
Yeah, and lied to her, and said that I'm a bad guy and all this kind. Yeah.
Like that.
Just bad stuff.
Gotcha.
So, but Lummy, I got all of that.
Yes, you do.
Footage of her and in my shower at my house, and then her upstairs, masturbating in my upstairs bathroom, and then her nude in my tanning bed, and then her in a party bus with a bunch of us doing stuff, then her on the strip ship doing stuff. Like, all of that needs to be at Bubba Army HQ eventually, and we're working on it. Don't forget, on our Facebook page, our Twitter page, our Instagram page, that you can find the Vote for Maria Guatemala link. And daily,
I'll repost it.
Daily, you can vote once a day for her. It's this baking competition. And I'm just not, asking you to vote for her because she is big-time Bubba Army, Maria Guatemala. But she genuinely might be the best baker
she deserves to win
I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And that includes my mom and my sister, which both can bake their ass off. My mom and sister could probably never, I don't know if they could even do. She even makes the,
she's an artist.
When she made Dan's cake and she had a scalpel there, the cake concept was a boob job. And one of the boobs, Dan, a lot of times you'll go through the armpit or you'll go under the fold of the breast. That's where your natural incision points are, based on, just
anatomy, a
lot of things, and this was under the crease of the fold of the boob, and she had it opened up, and everything on it, including the scalpel, was edible.
It was awesome.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah, she's really gifted.
So vote for her if you could for me. I appreciate that. And then finally, this guy, this 29-year-old dude, sent me this article today, and the guy's not too far off. And I think more men and women should be transparent. Single men and single women that are trying to date each other. What Tinder? What are they? How many? What are they?
Hinge, Bumble. There's a few.
Yeah. Tinder, Bumble, Hinge. It's just Match. Christian Mingle.
Oh yeah.
Farmer's Daughter.
Yeah.
I want to go to a place. Easy.
That's Tinder.
Yeah. Is that
That's
Tinder?
still a thing. Yeah.
Is Tinder has it got the reputation to it's just a straight?
It used to be the only game in town for many years, and now it's known as the hookup app. I think it's still a thing.
Right.
I'm not exactly sure.
So but on Tinder, you'll see on there, they'll be no hookups. But is that just them trying to cover their ass? Because, if you're on Tinder, isn't that kind of the hookup app?
Mm-hmm.
All right. More so than Hinge and Bumble and things like that. So if you meet a chick on Tinder and she's like, no hookups.
So I'm going to marry this Tinder chick?
No, but what I'm saying is why are you on Tinder when Tinder is kind of noted for being a hookup deal? Why are you even over here, bitch? I'm about to get mine.
Should be on boringchicks.com.
I think that there should be a lot more of what this guy is doing on all these dating websites, just to lay it out there because everybody's so fake.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't even imagine meeting a person on one of these sites, Lummy, and having to explain who I am, what I do. Don't Google me. Just if a complete stranger, I'm on Tinder or Bumble or whatever. By the way, I'm not. But let's say that I am. And some girl swipes right on me and I swipe right on her. And all of a sudden, it's a match? It's a match. Then I go, hey, and she goes, hey. It's exhausting. Then I have to tell her who I am.
I feel like you don't give her the Wikipedia page of yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, just send her a link.
Read up before.
This is me.
Check me out.
But it's what I do for a living. I'm really a nice guy. I really am. But everything that you read about me will show you that I'm a dick.
I probably wouldn't say that online. I'd probably try to meet her in person.
Yeah.
And that way, your swag and your charisma would kick in.
This guy here, man, I like this. He's 29-year-old man's lengthy list of dating deal breakers sparks huge debate. So this is what this guy, and I kind of agree with him on some of them. An unidentified 29-year-old man shared a long list of reasons he will not date certain women, sparking a huge online debate. He titled the Reddit post. So this was on Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
Are my dating deal breakers too strict? He notes that he's been very actively dating since he turned 18, and he's met a wide array of women, which lead him to construct this not to do list. He said it helps him determine suitability early in the dating stage. Females need not apply if they, and then here's his list.
I think he's really looking for a wife. He's not just looking to hook up, obviously.
Right. Cheated in a past relationship. Well, first of all, buddy, that's a pretty wide. You've cast a pretty wide net on that.
Oh yeah.
Probably all of us. Anna claims not to. So
what do you mean claims? You don't believe me?
But I don't agree with that one, and you guys can go through and see if you would agree or not. I'm not even putting that up. Cheated in a past relationship.
The most basic premise of just a monogamous relationship. You're not done with it.
because here's the deal: you're cutting your audience in half, and secondly,
good, isn't that the point?
No, most people are going to lie about it.
Well, that is very true.
So
they'll lie about a lot of these things on the list,
right? So why put something up that potentially breeds so much lying?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of where I stand.
Yep.
So I say out with that. And in lieu of that, I put no cigarette smoking.
That's fair.
So and I could care about whether you cheated on your last boyfriend or not, because he's not going to give
no camels.
But no camel crushes. R.I.P. Hank.
There you go.
Shame.
Okay, here we go. takes recreational drugs on a regular basis.
No fun.
I don't have a problem with that. I mean, like, listen, on a like
what kind of drug, I think, is the next question.
I need to know.
I mean, alcohol is a recreational drug. Let's be intellectually honest. If you drink more than twice a week, then you're taking drugs on a regular basis.
Oh, God, let me need to go to rehab immediately.
Well,
I mean, I'm not going to date this guy.
So instead of this, takes in fact, recreational drugs can make sex very enjoyable. I mean, if you're high and she's high on whatever you're high on, I mean, Anna, you know, let's say you're at you drop some Molly and you're really, I mean, isn't it supposed to be very, very, very more sensual than if you drop Molly?
Everything just feels a lot better.
Right. So far, his cheated for past relationships. I'm substituting no cigarette smoking, and then his take recreational drugs on a regular basis.
Limit that to crystal meth.
I'm axing that and saying, no, Dan, you want to eliminate crystal meth? You do it this way. Good teeth. I need good teeth.
Oh, there you go.
Because if you do crystal meth, what kind of teeth are you going to have?
Bad teeth.
Bad teeth. Exactly. But listen, you can look at a person's teeth. They don't have to be the straightest in the world, but you can just look at, their general overall oral hygiene. A person's teeth tells a lot about them. So my first two are not cheated in past relationship, take recreational drugs. Mine are no cigarette smoking and good teeth. Boom. I think you're going to get a better candidate my way than his. Have an incurable sexually transmitted disease. Well, no, that's like a no-brainer.
No kidding.
Don't have AIDS. Don't be dying of AIDS in front of me.
But maybe you got to put that in there because there are people that have herpes
that have an outbreak
and they're not and they're on isn't there a herpes specific websites?
Yes, there is.
So that's probably something I need to know. You got warts? You got herpes? Don't got nothing for you, baby. And
positive singles.
I mean, here's the deal, man. I mean, let's make sure we have to make believe that you're not with Romina. You're still single Dan that was just tearing it up, and you met a girl and she was an absolute 1,000% smoke show, the hottest bitch you've ever seen, the hot whatever, and she's got herpes. Do you A, still be with her and use a condom, which is what you probably should do, or do you B, just try to make sure she's not having an outbreak and maybe take some type of prophylactic, thing? I don't know. You're the doctor. Or C, do you just let her go back into the herpes pool?
Yeah, send her back to the pool, throw her back with the other fish.
Let somebody else get her, right?
Yeah.
Are currently in a situation or
you want a blind kid?
I don't want to what? Well, I'm not trying to blast a smoke show to have a kid. I'm just trying to blast a smoke show
to have a blister.
To have a smoke show on my tab.
Oh.
I would probably wear a condom. Is what I'd probably do. And I hate wearing a condom.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to do your, you wouldn't be able to showcase your amazing oral skills.
Yeah, because you could get it on your fingers.
Or your face.
Yeah, your face.
Oh,
can you imagine?
Big old chirp on your nose.
Can you imagine this? Listen to this. So I get this chick. She's got the herpes. So I know that if we have intercourse, I'm going to have to wear a condom. But prior to intercourse, I give her my infamous, and you can even Google it. It's called the Two-Fingered Cul-de-sac Jones. It's invented by me. The Urban Dictionary credits me as being the person that pop culturally made this famous. The two-fingered. I'll even ask Alexa. Hey, Alexa, who invented the two-fingered cul-de-sac Jones?
Richard Thompson is the creator of the comic strip Cul-de-sac, for which he received the 2011 Reuben
Alexa,
Award for Best.
Shut up. Hey, Alexa, what is the two-fingered cul-de-sac Jones?
A cul-de-sac is an urban planning feature that restricts traffic in residential areas, often
Alexa,
with a single
shut your hole. Lummy Bing should roll up in there.
Well, I have it, yeah.
Just go ahead and read it.
It says the Bubba the Love Sponge show explains blah, blah, blah.
Does it say it explains blah blah blah?
Yeah. Well, no, it like starts showing videos. Like it kind of updated it. Someone also updated it, but it says Bubba Love
Did somebody
Sponge
update
show.
it and take me out?
No. It says a Bubba Love Sponge show. Famously created the two-finger cul-de-sac Jones, and then it explains when a man inserts two fingers into.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So anyway, Dan, you're right. I'm most noted for this particular technique. So if I didn't put a condom on my fingers, which who would ever think of? Then the next thing you know, I got a herpes virus on my face, and I like scratch my eye and scratch my nose like we do normally, right? Like, oh, okay, whatever. Next thing you know, I got herpes.
Everywhere.
I got herpes all over my face,
all over the place.
And then you tell somebody, listen, you know what? I wasn't, I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh yes, you did.
But don't tons of people have herpes on their face?
1 in 6.
Like HSV1 or something?
1 in 6.
It's fever blisters on their.
Yeah, it's like they get kissed when they're a baby, and then they get cold sores occasionally.
Are currently here's this guy's 9 lists. Are currently in a situation or have a friend with benefits. You know what? Listen, I don't got a problem with that because I ain't trying to be the number one guy. I'm not trying to be the number one guy, dude.
And by the way, you have just you meet someone and you expect them to have absolutely nothing going on in their lives.
Right.
You're a complete freaking loser.
Right.
They don't have a single past boyfriend.
Right.
I mean,
or
come on,
I don't think
dude.
it's a past
Or a
boyfriend.
dude they're talking to.
I think it's more
This guy's
benefits.
never going to get any ass. This guy's way assing himself out of the ass game. Have low standards of hygiene.
Wow,
duh.
Obviously, you don't want a stinky girl.
Are a sex worker, whether online or in person. Okay, duh. Have an extreme political view. Yeah, I don't want to date a chick that's just one way or the other. Like she's super far right or she's super far left. In fact, I want to be with a chick that we don't talk about politics. Right?
Yeah.
We got what we need to talk about? Sex. We need to talk about, see if you can get me, rigid again, and we can go for round 2. Then you can go out in the kitchen and make me something to eat.
But in a long-term relationship, though, could you really date someone that was completely politically opposite to you?
No.
It would drive you crazy. Because every time something came up, they'd counter program you all day.
And it's also a proxy for values, like what your political views are.
Yeah, we're like,
you don't have the same values.
Just look hot.
Yes, it is.
Look hot and be ready to go when I get home. I don't care about I don't care about you support Hunter Biden's laptop.
I'm sorry, Bubba. I'm not trying to get distracted here, but I have to ask Anna, what do you mean by it's a foil of your values?
It's like okay,
if you're
do you
a Democrat,
value freedom?
what are your values?
Do you value safety? Do you value being a quote compassionate person? Do you believe in virtue signaling?
Well, I mean, so compassionate person. Who would that make you?
Well, I'm just saying people would say, oh, if you're on the left, you must be. I'm not saying it's true, but I'm just saying outwardly you are a compassionate person if you are part of BLM or you post the black square and things like that. I think it's a proxy for your values or your perceived values.
Fiend compassion.
Yeah.
That's why she's been so single. And then finally, you are a single mother. Now, see, that's where this guy's really messing up.
Yep.
I'm just telling you right now. I married a woman that had a kid, and they appreciate men better than I'm just telling you, it's a little bit of luggage. But here, listen, you're not trying to marry her. You're not trying to live with her.
I think this guy is, though.
So here's the deal. It's a great distraction, meaning there's so many times that she'd be wanting to do stupid stuff, walk by the park and hold hands and do stupid stuff when she's got to take care of Junior, which allows you then, Dan, to go out and do your guy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She's listen, I can't, And then you go and do stuff with Junior like once a month. Maybe you take little Junior to Chuck E. Cheese or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But, single moms, that's where this guy's messing up. Single moms is where it's at. Not single moms of infants, like single moms of kids that are
4, 5, 6.
I'd say 6 and above.
Really?
Yeah.
You want kids that old that are calling you hey, Bubba, as you walk up? Or do you want a kid that's 2 or 3 that doesn't really know who you are?
Bubba's only rolling up when that kid's going to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know what, Dan? To be honest with you, I don't quite know what I want. I don't know. There's a part of me that wants that kid that's 2 or 3 and doesn't even know who I am, but might start calling me Dada.
Yeah.
And, or the kid that's 7 or 8 and knows who his Dada is, and it ain't me.
Bubba the Love Sponge? Hell yeah.
I love them all, man. They're all great.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
Highwood 69 had a good little prophetic phrase. Men care about a chick's past, women care about a man's future.
That's literally, they say that in every Red Pill podcast.
Oh, what?
Yeah. You got that from Fresh and Fit. They say that shit all the time.
Oh.
Yeah. Non-original thought. That's okay. It's true.
Yeah, Anna even takes a shit on the listeners.
I'm just saying it's not original.
Just saying. Anna's
I took a shit on someone.
She takes a shit on every fucking thing, even the listeners. Poor little listeners can't even fucking chime in, think that they got something that could contribute to the show, fucking feel good about themselves, maybe open up their wallet. Nope, Anna has to make it feel like a piece of shit.
Although Highwood 69 says it needs to listen to Rich Cooper's Red Flags.
Thank you.
Is Rich Cooper the bald guy with the beard? Let me see.
Yeah, I'll for lunch.
Yep. Nailed it. He is really good.
Thank you.
If you want something lighter, just.
No, I won't. I'm not till after.
Vito asks, go fuck yourself.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Mark.
Just go fuck yourself.
Dan, quit fighting with chat. Quit getting chat cancer, Dan.
I don't have cat cancer. I'm not fighting with him.
When you tell a guy to go fuck himself, it's kind of fucking fighting with him a little bit.
Yeah. It's been months.
I'm not saying he is shit on everyone. You're close. I'm just saying. Following the season. I used to listen to a lot of Fresh and Fit. Became too much.
Is today trash?
Yeah, I'll do it today. No problem. You want me to do it now or you?
No.
No. I can fucking in and out, baby. Coffee's kicking in. Feeling good. Slept well last night. New Margaritaville. Is that Jimmy Buffett? Margaritaville?
Yeah.
He's dead, right? He died recently?
Yeah. He's dead.
I think he died like when I was in Denver. It must have been in September or something. Where is Margaritaville? Like Key West or some shit?
There's a ton of them. It's a hotel chain.
Oh.
He franchised him.
Oh. What's the Key West guy? The
Him?
Yeah.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's the other guy? The Cabo Wap? Oh, that's Cabo Wap.
Sammy Hagar.
Yeah, Hagar.
It's in
Cabo.
Mexico.
Yeah. Okay.
That was a whiskey and a resort.
Okay. I'm getting all confused.
It's tequila. Well, he started as tequila.
Cabo Wabo.
Yeah, it was tequila and resort.
He makes more money with that than he does with records now, right?
Yeah.
Music.
What? Was he just a solo artist or was he part of a band?
He was part of the Van Halen.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. He replaced David Lee Roth
Oh, he did.
for a while, then they brought David Lee Roth back.
And they outed Sammy Hagar.
And Sammy Hagar was more than like that little Filipino guy that does Journey, but he was a real part of the band for a good 8 years.
Isn't he his kid? Journey?
The Filipino?
Isn't
he? He's related to the original guy?
Yeah.
Nah, he's a little Filipino kid that used to sing all their songs as a kid. He
No,
sounds
it's crazy.
exactly like him.
I've seen him.
He's perfect.
You're like, no way, because I heard him talk before. I'm like, not a chance. And then he's singing your little voice. Oh,
He's
fuck.
unbelievable. Yeah, he's really good. Makes you almost get teary. He sounds so good.
Yeah.
And he loves the group. He loved the group as a kid. You know what I mean? It's like he
Who was the lead singer of Journey?
Barry.
Oh. It'll pop up in chat in a second. like 50 people are like, let's fucking walk. Steve Perry?
Steve Perry, yeah.
Morning, Mike.
The Biden Buzzman, Dicker. Xerxes, 69.
Have you
Jay
seen the
Plummer.
Whatever podcast? Those clips public?
No.
They're fucking everywhere.
Ryan Cowan, good morning. This one's the mole.
You don't think I was the kid that
Unity 17.
Van Halen's kid.
Someone, a good guy, Unity. What?
Van Halen's kid took over. I think that's what I was thinking of. Wasn't
Oh,
it?
Van Halen? Eddie Van Halen's son?
I think that's he took over.
Because he died, didn't he? Van Halen died.
Like Raj? Like all of them?
No,
Oh, yeah, I think you're right. One of them did die.
I think Eddie Van Halen died.
David Lee Roth is still alive?
David Lee Roth is still alive.
Is he one of my people, I'm assuming?
They all
I mean, does Bill O'Reilly get along with Trump or no?
are. Gentiles can't sing. Those guys.
Yeah, I mean, he goes back and forth, but
You mean three.
I'll see what his view is for
He's
this
from
month.
Indiana.
Because he's talked highly of him, and then he's also done for on a couple of things. Just like with Tucker.
What?
Just like how he was with Tucker, but now they're good friends. Or not good friends, but
Always are.
they get along.
There's something in there. He's. Gosh, Banash.
No.
Ashkenazi? Is that what you're trying to say?
Time to scratch that itch, is it?
Listening will give you no health benefits, but all the carcinogenic after effects.
Stop quitting while you're ahead for a change.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
On PayPal, I had Ismarelli Rosario.
Oh, nice.
$30 for this morning. Thank you. This is our slow period, as we're only, just a little over a month from BARP?
Yeah.
Like, I got the tent guy. I'm not going to use Kevin's tent this year.
Tent?
Yeah, we have a tent at BARP every year, in case you didn't know,
yes,
Dan.
I thought you said tint. T-I-N.
Well, Dan, usually you come pre-partied and post-partied and during the party, and you're an animal when it comes to partying, that I don't know if you realize that we have a tent.
No, I remember the tent. Yes.
And do we still have our stage on the side?
Yes, we do.
Yep.
Hey.
And we got my buddy Brian Bernhardt, who owns Coastal Tents. He's like, listen, you can use Kevin's tent if you want, but I have more tents than Kevin. I might be able to give you a better tent selection. And he's my buddy, so he's going to do it for free.
Nice.
All right.
About like tables and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to tap con it into the concrete?
What do you mean?
But wasn't last year's tent drilled into the concrete?
They put stakes into the concrete. Yeah.
Mm.
And then afterwards, a real reputable tent company will then bring a little of that temporary
sealer kind of
black top and kind of fill the hole in, and then fill it so you don't have a big old hole in your black top. I'm thinking about maybe just a little bit bigger tent in the front.
Okay, yeah,
just a little bit bigger. And then maybe a side tent.
Okay, yeah. Kind of spread it out a little bit.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
It depends because it's really weather dependent. If it's going to be cold, having two tents makes sense.
Right.
If it's not going to be cold, I think one big tent would be probably adequate.
Yeah. And
still
that's
gonna do the fire pit things.
Lummy Hierarchy 65
coming through.
250 on the PayPal.
Yes.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army.
He's still partying from the Packers win.
Oh my God, the Packers
looked great.
Let me right now. They are in the playoffs. They're the 7th seed in the NFC. Don't forget, AFC and NFC take 7 teams because the number 1 seeds all get a bye. So it's 2 plays 7, it's 3 plays 6, and 4 plays 5 in the first round of the playoffs. Right?
Yes.
Then and then I think then they reseed them based on the lowest seed that makes it through. It then plays 1, right?
Yes.
Really, the NFL's got it down.
Yeah,
You don't see any controversy in their playoffs, much like what the NCAA. The NCAA absolutely screwed the pooch.
There's no politics in the NFL. You play to win. You play to make the playoffs.
And it's a set criteria that everyone understands. And my son can tell you exactly how and who is going to make the playoffs because the rules are well defined.
Well, hold on, because it's mostly based on one thing.
Yeah,
the record.
Yeah, it's not a committee. It's not someone deciding if you get in or not.
It's not whether your quarterback got hurt and what your potential game, what your skill set's going to be in a month from now. No, it is the NFL. In fact, I think every league starts with your win-loss record. Right. That's your number 1 determining factor as to the playoffs or postseason play. Is your win-loss percentage.
You don't really hear anyone complain about the NCAA basketball tournament either.
No, because it's fair.
Yep.
Well, also, they let in so many people.
Well, 64.
I mean, they let more, like 66, 67. They actually have a couple extra playing games.
But they let the little guys in.
Right, and that's the whole point is to give the little guys a chance.
Like in Valparaiso, Indiana, okay? Which I think that one year, they've over the years pulled a few things out of their ass. But if Valparaiso or Butler or remember when Butler was like 27-2?
Oh yeah.
And you know they're this school that nobody really knows that they're a really teeny tiny little school on the north side of Indianapolis off of Meridian, and it's a beautiful campus. But it may have an enrollment of maybe 6,000, 7,000. It's a very small school. Wouldn't be considered a Power 5 anything.
No, not at all.
I think in football, Butler is Division III. I think they're Division 3.
They're pretty low, yeah.
But haven't they made the Final Four or even the finals? Didn't they make the finals one year?
Yeah, no, they're up there.
And the coach went on then to coach the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, no, I mean
I don't know if is he still the coach of the Boston Celtics or has he been a journeyman around?
I don't think he's the head coach anymore. I think he's like a Rick Pitino.
But you're right, Dan, in the fact that like college basketball, first of all the conference champions get in.
Yep.
That's locked in.
And the tournament champions.
Yeah.
So if you win the ACC or you win the ACC tournament, you're getting in.
Yeah. And then they go and start looking at teams that are 29-1, 27-2. They start looking at these teams, and if they're a Butler or a Valparaiso or one of these small little schools, they get in.
And they should.
Now they may be a 14 seed or they may be a 12 seed, but they get a chance to play the game. Mm-hmm. They get a chance to be the Cinderella squad that Gonzaga used to be back in the day until people really realized that Gonzaga had one hell of a program. But remember, for years, everybody thought, oh, God, Gonzaga.
Yeah. They're always up there.
Amazing program.
Meanwhile, they have an unbelievable program. But that being said, thank God the NCAA is going to 12 teams next year because there would be an effing mutiny. And I still think that Florida State should have some kind of – I don't think you can have any type of recourse. I don't think there's anything you can do. I do not – but I just –
If I was the president of Florida State, I would look into a legal argument and a legal fight because – it's they put Texas in there before Florida State with a loss, and they lost to a bitch.
Hold on, Dan. There's two of the 4 teams have 1 losses.
But wait a second. Alabama beat the number 1 team.
Yeah, but Alabama's
got a stronger argument to be there.
The week before took 3 seconds down the line to beat Auburn. It's a horrible team.
Alabama, using its first-string guys, almost got beat by USF.
Almost got beat by Auburn.
Almost got beat by Auburn. I'm just saying, it starts with it absolutely one-loss teams should not be part of the Final Four NFL playoffs if there are Power 5 teams that are undefeated.
Yes.
Now, if there's Indiana State Division
Liberty.
1AA.
Liberty's 13-0.
Well,
Liberty wouldn't compete.
I know. They're not Power 5. They shouldn't necessarily be there.
But
I'm
if you're a
agreeing with you,
Power
Bubba.
5, if you're a Power 5 program and you're undefeated, and now listen. If there's 6 teams that are undefeated and you're a Power 5 and maybe your schedule isn't so strong, I can understand you might not make it because they have 4 or 5 other undefeated teams. I could see when they could start getting into some stats then. But arbitrarily, it starts and stops with, as a Power 5 team, your win-loss percentage. And I just don't know how Florida State's just not having riots right now.
That's the way it should be. But every single year, I'll never understand why people get so surprised and up in arms when college football politics kick in and this committee ultimately makes a business decision, because that's what they had to do. They don't want the teams that are most deserving, and this is their own words. They don't want the teams that are most deserving. They want the 4 best teams.
So you're saying, as far as money, right?
Yes, if Florida State gets in the college football playoff and they lose 42-3 in the first round, who's that going to help?
They ain't going to lose 42-3.
Yes, they will.
Dude, how can you
They're
say
going to get their
that?
asses
How can
kicked
you
by
say
Georgia
that?
here in a few weeks, and it's going to prove everybody's point. They cannot compete without Jordan Travis, at least with that offense. They just can't, and I will not hear otherwise.
You haven't seen it. You never watched the
What
backup.
are you, Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah, I like
Jesus
him.
Christ.
Lay it down, Rhett. Lay it down, you filth.
Bubba, did you,
Lay it down, filthy.
Rhett, did you watch the backup play?
Yes.
Okay.
They put up 16 points against Louisville.
He
I know they
didn't
gave
play
up
against
6 or
Louisville.
12.
I blame
He didn't
all
play
this.
up against Louisville.
I
It's a third
blame
stringer.
all this on TCU and the bull crap that
Yeah,
they pulled out. They started this.
They
nonsense.
fumbled the bag last year by putting, the most deserving TCU in, and then look what they did on a national stage. Lost 65-3.
FSU beat
is
three
TCU?
ranked teams this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then Texas got in because of that
Wait,
win
where
over
did
Alabama.
TCU
So if
lose?
Alabama's getting in because of the
Red.
latest win over Georgia, that's why Texas got in.
Rhett, where did TCU? Where did they lose in the playoffs?
In the national
Okay,
championship
so they
game.
So they won the first round.
Was it
Yeah.
an entertaining game? Did you watch the whole
It
game?
doesn't matter. They still
Yes, it
won.
does.
won.
Yes, it
They
does.
won.
If we're talking about why they make these
Oh, my
decisions
God.
and ratings are what factor into it, answer my question. Did you watch the national championship game last year?
Yes.
Jesus.
How long
watch
of it did you
Tuttle.
watch before you shut it off?
I watched the whole thing. I was taking live bets.
Dan called you Tuttle.
And by the way, Rhett, what I just said is TCU
Dave
won
with a
their
ceiling fan
the
later
team
on
that they
tonight.
beat shouldn't have made it then. That's what you're forgetting. They made it to the national championship game, which means they won the first game in the
And
playoffs.
all the other games during the season. That's
and
how
you know what
win.
that
That's how
does
you get
to
to
a
the
program,
playoffs.
Rhett? You know what that
I
does
mean,
to a
just like
program? It really
FSU, just like
helps.
FSU did.
You know,
Yeah.
the Bucks should have been in the Super Bowl the year after they were in the Super Bowl because they just had they lost AB for a second and they had a little bit of a bad day that one day. They should have been in the Super Bowl. Would you have put them in the Super Bowl because they lost, but because despite their loss, they're still a better team.
I know
they're more
this.
deserving.
I know this
People wanna
right
see
now.
Tom Brady.
I know this right now. If the season was to end, the Packers are the number 7 seed in the NFC. And Lummy, wait till you hear their record. Here's who the Packers have to play left. Okay.
Yep.
The Giants, Monday Night Football.
Win.
Bitches.
Okay. The Panthers,
Suck.
Win.
the Vikings, and the Bears.
Win and loss.
I mean, you
Well,
got-
the Vikings are 50-50.
Yeah, I mean, you got a
3-1.
chance to go 4-0, 3-1
At worst.
That puts them 3-1, puts them at 10. Puts them at 9. I think 9 and 8.
Yeah.
Because I think they're 6-6 now.
Yes, they are.
Right, and I think 9 and 8 get you in.
They'll be 10-7 probably.
But now see Minnesota though. I think Minnesota's got a tougher road ahead. Minnesota has Detroit twice.
Oh.
Minnesota has Detroit twice, the Bears and the Raiders. So that's who I think Minnesota has. That's who the Packers really have to worry about is Minnesota because everything else is locked in. Dallas has got 9 wins. Eagles are on fire. San Francisco's on fire. And then the NFC South, the NFC Seth pool between, who's going to win it? Atlanta, New Orleans, or the Bucks?
Right now, it's
right now, aren't they all 3 tied, the same record?
Saints are ahead of them, but the Bucks right now, it's a 27% chance of them winning.
All right, who's the
division.
Buck? Who? Oh, I'm sorry. And the Packers have the Bucks too.
Yeah, they do.
The Packers have. So the Packers have got the Giants, the Bucks, the Vikings, the Bears, and the Panthers.
Right.
That's 5 out of 6 all day. That right?
Easy for the Packers have probably the best road to make the playoffs out of any team in the NFC North.
Meanwhile, what do the Bucks got left?
They got
a lot of bad teams as well.
They're at Atlanta.
Hold on here. At Atlanta?
Yeah. That's a coin flip again.
Okay.
At the Packers. Versus the Jags.
Host the Jags?
Yep.
No Trevor Lawrence, so don't forget he went down last night.
So they should destroy their record and make them 0-0 now.
Versus the Saints. They could take the Saints. And then at the Panthers.
I mean, I see them winning 3, maybe.
If they
win 3, then New Orleans. Who wins the tiebreaker between them and New Orleans?
Well, I mean, if they beat the Saints, they have the tiebreaker.
It would be.
They have a shot.
The biggest division game they have left is Atlanta, so their season is on the line this week. If they lose to Atlanta, then they get swept by Atlanta. Yeah,
yes,
it is.
Yeah.
So if they lose to Atlanta, they're done. You might as well throw in Trask and try to get a better draft pick.
At that point, so there were some sources today that said if the Bucks found a way to lose to Carolina last week, then it would have been Kyle Trask time. So I think the next loss could be Baker's last.
So if the Bucks would happen to lose against Atlanta this weekend in Atlanta, that probably dashes their playoff teams because they're not going to get in as a wild card. The only way you're going to get in is to win the division. The division is the weakest division in the National Football League.
If they lose to Atlanta, they would have to pretty much sweep it out, and Atlanta would have to just struggle.
Right. So if they lose to Atlanta, do you pull Baker and see what you got in Trask because Trask is supposed to be your long-term guy? Or do you pull out Baker so he doesn't get hurt and try to maybe sign him to a 2 or 3 year extension?
In my opinion,
this is directly to you, Rex. I think you know the most about this.
Lummy's up there with me, but in my opinion, I think if Todd Bowles is fired, which if he loses this week, he probably will be, it doesn't matter. Baker's done. So if they lose this week, then I think the best thing for the team is to play Kyle Trask over those last few games.
To see what you got?
Yeah, because, I mean, damn, the guy's been riding the bench for so long. You know, everybody is going to have an argument until the end of time about how good he could have been unless he plays.
Yeah, but I've talked to players who say that, like Buccaneer players who say that Kyle Trask sucks.
Yeah, there's a couple of players.
He's not the answer to anything.
There's a couple of players who have anonymously said, like, they are not impressed at all with what he has brought to the table.
Yeah,
he's not the guy.
So now hold on. Bowles gets fired. They lose Atlanta. They just suck it up. The Bulls gets fired. Who potentially is floating around there that could be the next head coach of the Bucks?
There's a lot of offensive coordinators out there that they could always bring in, which they're clear house.
Urban Meyer?
No, don't. Urban Meyer.
Yeah, no way, Urban Meyer. That'd be the worst hire in team history. It's going to be an offensive guy.
Yeah,
the Bucks.
It's going to be. You know, it's going to be. It's going to be Detroit's offensive coordinator. Promise you. Or it's going to be. Like it's going to be a Packers or a Detroit or a Minnesota or the Giants or who's the offensive coordinator for the Eagles? He's got to be the hottest guy as far as potential head coaches in the world right now.
Not really. I mean, you're also forgetting about the Dolphins offensive coordinator that is looking for a head coaching job. Who's never had one before.
He'd be a good.
Because I mean, the Dolphins are absolutely just on fire with a horrible quarterback. So,
and I think the Jets they got beat this past weekend. So I think there's no chance that Aaron Rodgers comes back. I don't think they're even in the playoff contentions, are they?
Begging to come back.
Aaron Rodgers wants to come back to prove to everybody that he is.
He's
Aaron
practicing
Rodgers.
with the team. I mean, he's not fully padded up. But.
Just last week, I saw on ESPN that he had been given clearance to practice with the team.
Yeah, that's great.
Like from the doctor.
He wants to prove. Listen, Aaron Rodgers' biggest fan is Aaron Rodgers. And for him to prove everyone that says he couldn't come back this year, he's going to want to come back.
Yeah, even if it's just maybe they're not in the playoffs, but just to come and get some game reps, right?
Just to show what he could have done for next season, you know.
But, I mean, Dan, when a doctor clears you to practice – is that doctor's reputation on the line? Whereas if he was, cleared him too soon and he rolled up his Achilles again because he needed another 3 weeks, but the doctor greenlit him based on pressure, does the doctor get in trouble for that?
Doesn't necessarily get in trouble, but he becomes liable.
Like, did you ever your dad?
He made a lot of decisions, but he was always right.
Well, I know that, but did he ever get Your dad was the longest tenured NFL coach in the history of the NFL.
Doctor, yes.
Tenured, yeah, that's what I mean. He was the longest tenured doctor in the NFL. So with that, I mean, he had how many head coaches? I mean, from Lee.
Oh God, he had from McKay,
Rich McKay. Then he had then he had Perkins,
Bennett,
Schiano, Tony Dungy, Gruden, Schiano. They're just
Sam Weiss.
Sam
yes,
Weiss.
exactly.
So
he had like 7 or 8 coaches.
Like, did you ever witness like a coach going to your dad and saying, Joe, I got to get this guy cleared. I got to get this on the field. And Joe goes, nope, I cannot clear him yet.
Yep.
I've
seen that. I've seen that a lot. And then the other thing is, he controversially cleared like Mike Allstott and said Mike Allstott's okay to play football again. It was like, no, he's gonna break his neck. He's gonna be paralyzed. He's gonna be in a wheelchair and a quad for life. And Dad was right, because his neck fracture wasn't that kind of fracture. It was the kind of fracture that could support an impact.
I think Allstott tells the story that they actually were speaking. Some doctors were leaning him towards retiring.
Yep.
Yeah,
and Daddy Joe came in and said, yes, his neck is fractured, but it's not at a point
unstable
that's going to make it unstable. And if he runs like the battering ram that he is, he's going to be okay. God, he used to run over people. I could watch Mike Allstott best of tapes all day.
And it would be great because his helmet would be like a foot off the ground. And he was almost like completely horizontal, and he was still carrying everyone on his back going forward.
37-inch thighs. Listen, I read somewhere that he used to train. Mike Allstott trained. Him and his buddy had like a Jeep Wrangler, like they have now. Like a Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And one of his buddies would get in the Jeep and put it in neutral and steer, and Allstott would go and push it like one complete lap around their stadium that Purdue plays in is called Ross-Ade Stadium. See if you can send me like a Google Earth picture of Ross-Ade Stadium.
Okay. You would just push the truck around the stadium?
No, hold on. Around the entire
That's awesome.
perimeter. And then he would get out after his legs were like 1,000% jello, and his buddy would push it all the way. And I think Allstott I saw an article one time. He said sometimes he'd hit the brake on his buddy, try to squeeze the brake, and his buddies would see the brake light lighten up, said, Mike, quit dragging the brake. Like your guy's back here just pushing his ass off, and you're dragging the brake. But Lummy, if you could send me, so their goal, Lummy, when they first started, was to see if they could make it if a guy could make it one lap around the stadium. Let me see here. Here we go. Let me see. How do I maximize this picture right here? Let me.
It must be close to a mile if you go all the way around the whole stadium.
So
it's got to be 3/4 of a mile.
So they would start. Let me see here. They would start like
outside the stadium.
They would start like right here, and they would push around this access road all the way there, 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 all the way down here, down these little right lanes right here, boom, 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 and then start back right here again.
Wow.
And that was one lap.
Jeez.
It's got to be 3/4 of a mile.
Oh, if not more. So, Mike Allstott was a stud.
He was.
And I saw him I told you when I was going to Indiana this past Labor Day, he was going up to Purdue for
bodybuilding competition.
For the opening. It was the college opener. I don't know who they played.
Said he was about to bust out of his shirt.
It looked like he could literally, I'm not kidding you, it looked like he would, Mike, it looks like you've changed positions to tailback, bitch, because you're about 205 right now. Jacked.
Yeah, he shredded.
Jacked.
You know, one thing he also...
And he said, he goes, no, I'm not coaching my kids in football anymore. I actually really hit the gym pretty hard. I'm like, yeah, he looks like, Jesus, God.
Yeah, he looks awesome. I saw him twice since then, and both times he said to say hello.
And he's also just naturally a handsome dude.
Oh, yeah, he's a good-looking fella.
Naturally, he's a good-looking dude.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's a stud.
Looks like him and his buddy used to wrestle pigs, too.
If you look at
wrestle pigs and
if you look at Allstott's stats, who was the last fullback? Because the fullback's a dying
position.
No, hold on. You're not letting me finish.
Well, we talked about
who was the last fullback to make it into the Hall of Fame?
The guy from the Steelers.
Rocky Blyer?
No, who's the guy that did the fumble? Not the fumble risky, but picked caught it and ran it in. Had a mustache.
Franco Harris?
Franco Harris.
Franco Harris was more of a tailback.
They have him as a fullback.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know that Allstott had Franco-type numbers.
No, he doesn't.
Okay. So, see, realistically, the league has gotten away from that bona fide fullback, and they to the point where they don't even really recognize former fullbacks for the Hall, right? I mean, if the last fullback to make the Hall of Fame was
Franco Harris in the
Harris,
70s.
Yeah, because you got to think the fullback then turned into a blocking position.
Not when you gave it to 40, the A train.
Well, kind of was unfortunate too because I feel like nothing against John Gruden, but he didn't know how to use Mike Allstott in his offense.
Allstott up the gut.
Yeah, I mean, because his stats went down when Gruden took over, and then his neck injury obviously hurt him. But
all right, here is Dan. How major is a broken fibula? Is that a pretty bad deal?
No, it depends. I mean, a fibula. I broke my fibula before. It's not a weight-bearing bone. So sometimes they play it.
Hold on. What's the biggest? But what's that big leg bone?
Femur.
Oh, the femur.
Right.
Now break a femur. That's a whole other deal. Break a femur, and right?
Break a femur, and you need to get a nail.
What do you mean?
They put a rod in it usually almost every time to fix a femur. They almost always put a rod.
Isn't your femur when they find skeletons and stuff? Is it your femur bone the biggest bone in your body?
Yep.
The single biggest bone in your body. How big? Like Dan, is it the size of how big's a femur bone?
It's about 2.5 feet.
And would my femur bone be way thicker than Anna's?
Yes. Yes.
Is it based on are people you and I are almost the same height? Is my femur bone? Am I bigger? Is there such thing as a guy being bigger boned?
Yes.
So
and you know how you can tell?
The wrist.
No, the elbow.
Huh? What do you mean?
The width of your elbow. If you were to take your elbow and you just do a little caliper right here, that's how big boned you are. The width of your elbow. Now,
what about people with fat elbows?
Bigger people, then you got big bones. It's not fat elbows.
The caliper doesn't lie. It goes right through the fat.
Exactly.
You go right to the bone.
Now, some bones mid-shaft, I like to say that word, are a little thicker than others. But usually if you're a big bone, then you have a very wide diameter to your elbow.
Am I big boned, do you think?
You're medium boned.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not big boned?
No.
No, I wanted to be big boned.
You're medium boned.
Let him be big boned.
I'm big boned.
Been telling himself that for 50 seconds.
So I want
it's not your bones, brother.
I want everybody to watch this guy right here. I think it's this guy right here. Now, the reason why I'm playing this is a ball boy or an NFL official or something like that. They got a bunch of them always looking for every little thing. Like
one of the chain guys.
They literally got. Also, they have officials that are looking for if you're wearing the wrong kind of socks, if you have some kind of message on your shoes. They got the dress police out there on the sidelines. Yeah. They do.
But Bubba, the dress police is really active at pregame warm-ups. They don't do much during the game.
They get you during pregame.
What they'll do is after the pregame warm-ups, they'll come to the locker room and say, listen, number 7, number 14, number 28, and number 34, you got a problem. Here are your problems. So fix it. Or we got a bigger problem.
Now watch.
This was awful.
This guy right here.
Oh.
Just watch this little guy right here.
Poor guy.
Man missed and got close to the first down. Derek Barnes.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The worst part is the broadcast. You can hear him screaming, and they didn't realize.
Yeah, because he's next to the guy. He's kind of close to the guy with the
Alvin Kamara. Yeah, and I don't think Kamara even realized what happened.
No, but he's close to the camera. One of the camera guys.
You know when they got the sound guy who's got that little half-domed plexiglass thing that picks up the sounds of the game.
Right, the microphone.
Anyway, this is buffering, so it's.
Poor guy.
You know, when you're on the sideline, and I spent 6 years on the sidelines.
Hold on. That was why I was gonna bring this topic up, and that is you spent 6 years in the sidelines, and you literally have to be. You could be doing some other things, talking to a coach, diagnosing a player, doctoring on a player, but you have to kind of keep a peripheral vision as to what's happening on the field because things like this happen a lot where they get into guys and you got to quickly move.
Absolutely. I've had to hurdle people. I've gotten knocked. I've gotten all kinds of stuff. And you have to be ready because you have to pay attention to the field. You can't put your back to the field. You can't talk to your buddy. And players are going to come off the sidelines into your area, and you have to be ready. There was one time where I almost went low and put a guy over me. Instead, I was able to get out of the way just in the nick of time. But when you see a play coming to the sidelines, you see that 80% of the people on that sideline back up a step or two.
Yeah. Or getting ready
Get ready. Yeah, make a decision.
I think Lummy, I was actually at the game that might have had one of the worst sideline
injuries.
It was the 96 NFC Championship game. Packers visiting Dallas. And I think it might have been Fritz or their defensive coordinator for the Packers.
Fritzy, right? Because when you talk to Favre about it.
See if you can find that for me, Lummy. The 96 NFC Championship game, Packers versus Cowboys, and the defensive coordinator, I think Fitzgerald or Fitzgibbons or somebody like that.
It was Haskell in the 95 championship game.
Eddie Haskell.
No, it wasn't Eddie Haskell. Gil. It was Gil. Gil. I knew it. It was Gil Haskell.
Wide receivers coach. And he gets taken out, and it's a 15 or 20-minute delayed, and they thought that he might die. Fractured his skull. Because he hit his head on the concrete.
I think Favre did say that changed the whole game.
Yeah, I mean, they stopped the game for 15, 20 minutes?
Dion told me then, Sponge, let me tell you something. While they were tending to that guy over there, the entire defense was over by the fax machine that spits out the plays. Remember they had this machine that would literally let me spit out images of formations?
Yeah.
Before they had the Microsoft Surfaces they could go in. They literally would have this fax machine that would spit it out, and all these guys, they'd grab it, tear it off, and then start looking at all the offensive formations the Packers were throwing at them. And so for that, Lummy, are you looking for the incident? I think it might have been 15 or 20 minutes. The Packers were on a roll, and Dallas was able to try to re-strategize how they were going to defend Green Bay.
It's like an extra halftime.
I sent it to you.
Yeah. Dion actually credits this as to why they won the game.
And down it goes. Here's Favre. Outside Brooks. Not much.
Now, it doesn't look like much.
No.
No, but he realizes there's something wrong right away.
Now, see, 28.
Woodson realizes there's a problem.
28 realizes.
He looks distraught.
Probably can just tell by the way his head cracked the surface, right?
Yeah. I heard something when it went down.
There sounded like
I heard a sound, and then he immediately knew there was a problem.
Right, oh yeah, hear him doing.
Yep. Did he hit that metal thing? Did he hit the air conditioner?
I think his head hit the metal housing
of the portal
of the people mister kind of deal. Watch, listen.
Shortly after, just slammed against the concrete.
Listen.
Oh, man.
Doing, hear it?
There's not a lot of concrete there.
It's covered with the
carpet.
No,
Dan, I think that the metal he hit the metal housing.
It sounded like a metal thump.
He hit the metal housing of the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
And it moves. You see it move too.
Yeah.
The blue thing moved.
Doing.
Yep. Doing.
And by the way, those things are big and heavy.
Oh, they're hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds.
Hundreds of pounds, and
they're on wheels.
They squirt water through them, and it cools the players out.
Mm-hmm.
So listen to this guy.
The funny thing about Matt Millen being down there in the sideline, and the guy's saying, "Here, drink it, not drinking it." That makes sense to me.
See, now, Dan, you probably never see this, but you can tell, probably their Joe Diaco and their Dan Diaco, they look like they're scrambling around like this is a problem.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, right away. It's immediate.
I mean, you can just tell by their intensity how much of a potential issue this is, because watch the doctor scramble in. Watch this.
The article mentions he was unresponsive for over 5 minutes.
Someone down on the other side of that fan.
He got hit right into the fan.
I'm not even sure it's a player. Fritz is all right. Fritz Shermer.
Oh, maybe this shows. Look at Favre. Hold on. Look at Favre, Lummy, when he just rifled it. Look at this. Ready? Bam! I mean, he even puts his head down when he rifles it. They say his balls were so hard to catch because they were so hard. Boom, ready? Bam!
You're gonna see right here, Brooks gets the ball and he gets hit out of bounds.
This will be a good view of it.
Woodson delivers a blow.
Right here.
Get up.
Oh, boom.
Score is tied at 17. Mike Holmgren, the head coach. There's Jim Eddy over on the Dallas sideline.
I wonder if we look closely, if I'm around here anywhere.
For most of the year upstairs in the press box when John Blake left to take the head coaching job at the University of Oklahoma, Jim Eddy.
At this point, man, they're just trying to fill time.
Down on the sideline.
And you can just see that the fans here were into the football game. Then
it would be funny if you could see Bubba on the Packers sideline. All the medics down there, and then there's just Bubba.
I was there. Hold on.
Yeah. Fans out of the football game.
You wear what, a Packers windbreaker?
No, I was wearing a white shirt, just a white shirt with a pair of cargo shorts. Look at me there. They're loading them up in the ambulance.
Yeah. But, this is a much bigger concern right now.
2nd and about 9 as the Packers break the huddle, ready to resume play.
Well, they just carted Gill off?
Yeah.
Edgar Bennett and Dorsey.
2nd and 9, Lummy. You think they get it?
No.
Saying no?
No.
Let's see. Hold on. No, it's not even going to let us. This not even going to let us. And the game was tied then, too.
Yeah, 17-17. Looked like a good game.
When I come back, the new Grand Theft Auto 6, they made the trailer, the official trailer. We can play that.
They had to release it a day early. It got leaked.
And now, what has it been, 10 years since they've had a new Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, September 2013 was when GTA 5 came out.
So it's been 10 years. They're going to release this, first of the year?
2025.
Oh, 2025?
Yeah, they released these trailers really far ahead of time.
2025?
Mm-hmm.
Now, and supposedly it's completely based in Florida.
Yes.
The entire Grand Theft Auto 6, they're not even trying to be kayfabe about it. They're like, this is all Florida. And do they have some Tampa scenes in there?
Most of it was Miami back in the day.
Yeah, in the old Vice City, it was more of a Miami theme, but this one's going to be just more general Florida. In all the GTA games, it's technically a fictional city, but it takes a lot of real-life inspiration. So you'll probably see a lot of Tampa in this game.
Yeah.
If the map is as big as they're saying it's going to be.
Grand Theft Auto is like, listen, everything that we would want to happen in our game, hookers and car chases and white trash beating the crap out of each other and baseball bats and, that's what Florida is. That's what we are.
Oh, of course we are, yeah.
Why would you? You're not going to see Grand Theft Auto, based out of North Dakota.
No, they'd be racing around in tractors and stabbing each other with
Grand
pitchforks.
Theft Auto, you can only stab, get hookers, kill people, get in car chases. That's a Florida thing.
Yeah.
You were in a game similar to that.
Yeah, you were in Saints Row.
I was in Saints Row. And I was the voice of the rock guy, which got me my SAG card.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
You did it for the crunch.
Now, I wonder about this. Every 6 months, Dan, the SAG sends you a new card. You get a brand new.
Every 6 months? Why not once a year?
Because if you don't pay, you don't get one.
Oh, I see.
So I got a bunch of. I wonder if I should sell my old SAG cards.
Oh.
Interesting.
Oh, you just saying?
I think so. I think people buy that. I think a SAG card's cool.
Yeah, not a lot of people have SAG cards.
Do you still get the movies? For the academies?
The pre-screeners, yes, I do.
Wow, that's awesome.
But I mean, But Lummy, would it be $250? Would it be $500? Like, what would it be?
Oh, I know. That's.
Can you show one? Give an example.
I'll have the merch. I think maybe my wallet's in my truck. Let me look for it, and I'll see if I can get my old one and the newest one I just got, so I can show people what they look like. I mean, what an old SAG card doesn't mean anything to me.
Mm-mm.
All I need is my newest SAG card, which I have. Old ones don't mean anything, but they might mean something to a fan.
Oh, of course.
Was you a member of AFTRA?
Yes. I
was a member of AFTRA for like a year.
AFTRA was before SAG.
Yeah, it's a jobber.
And then SAG folded in AFTRA, and it became SAG-AFTRA, American Federation of Television and Radio Announcers. So that's what AFTRA was, American Federation of Television and Radio Announcers, and you only got your AFTRA card if you worked in like a top 30 market or you were on a recording set. You probably got your AFTRA card after you showed that Winona Judd video.
Yep.
See? I know. So, like, if you would do something like that, it's not a wonder you didn't get your SAG card for that.
Yeah, well, I was doing other stuff, trying to be a doctor and stuff.
Right. Trying to be a pimp with 9 rules.
Looks like Jerry Garcia's SAG card went for about $1,000.
Well, I'm not Jerry Garcia.
About 5 years. Yeah, you're just as big.
You're not dead.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really simple. We just got to make an agreement. Here's the deal.
There is solidarity in sickness.
Well, that's exactly what we can do for each other. Separately, we are flawed and vulnerable, but together, we are the masters of our sexual destiny.
Honest to God. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after this.
Oh, thank you for sending me this. Could you smile?
6-6, this is Bubba. Hello.
Quick's listening. I just sent you a text.
Well, I already got 3 of them. Found 3. Can I get a favor from you?
What?
Will you sign for the notary?
Was any of those new or those old?
One is here. The top one is here. The other one's from 14 and the other one is from...
Both X's?
Just here. That's for an issue. And then they have sign and print. Thank you.
What's this?
That's just, I don't know what that is. I must have taken it back.
Sorry for screaming at you, Lonnie. I just get emotional.
Bubba, I think I got all the flag music from the screenshots you sent.
Oh, perfect.
I figured it out.
Oh, thank you.
If you see any more, just do that again. And I'll
Stay
Okay.
supporter. So you can hear me out, and you can understand my point of view. The CFB committee has communicated over and over and over again how their selection process works. So I don't understand why everybody's acting like they didn't see this coming.
They changed how they said it multiple times.
Oh, well.
So it wasn't just the best team conference gyms.
You might be able to find just the breaks.
This is what I was looking for.
Because I saw it popped up on my thing.
I got one.
Yeah.
But it's like 4 seconds.
That's the first one, right?
Yeah. It's a 4 seconds or 3 seconds. Hello.
I don't know. Maybe you guys can give me Gary Cantrell and Kenny Powers. I'm over on YouTube right now.
That's where all the cool kids hang out.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube, and I need you guys to give me your what do you think one of my old SAG cards would go for? I got to get a.
They replaced them in Saints Row 2 with a guy named Corey.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
That's
You know?
kind of funny.
God damn it! Fucking headphones keep falling off. $250 minimum. Yeah, I'm saying at least $250. And I got one from 2014 here. And I've been a member since 1989, Lummy.
Oh, shit. How long?
Yeah. I got one that expired in 2014. This one's a little bit newer. This one just expired last month.
Oh shit.
Well, but you ever thought about getting back into voice acting? Or doing more voice acting stuff?
Yeah, nobody ever offered me anything. I do all kinds of it. I don't know. I don't know, man. I mean, maybe 500. Or the Lightning fucked.
I'll try and find
I think they won last night, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
Yes, they did 4-0.
Whooped some ass last night.
Vasilevsky.
Looked great. They
How
keep
many games
Kucherov.
has he been back?
He's third in the NHL in goals right now. He's playing. He's having a career season.
He is?
Yeah, he's playing. He's playing very well.
Dan's sick.
All right. Look at that guy. 400.
Whoa!
Oh, sticks.
What the hell? That's
Tommy Shaw.
like a woman with a.
I just be like, ready from a friend too.
I don't know.
Ready from a friend.
I don't know.
Look at Kelly Hansen. 400.
Is that the? Oh no.
Already 2.5.
Well, at least he has his priorities in order.
Great. What do we do with him now?
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You know, I should probably be responsible and check the bylaws of, because having your SAG-AFTRA union card, meaning you can work on any movie set, any voice production deal, any voiceover animation work. It's the entertainment union that you need to be a member of if you're going to be in anything. Movies, commercials, whatever. And it's really, really, really hard to get. You have to have participated on a SAG-AFTRA union job, earned a certain amount of money on that job to qualify for them to offer you an invitation to be part of their union. So it's very coveted. It's very high. It's very, very rare, and it's very coveted.
And it's weird because you have to work on a union job as a non-union member, which is almost impossible to get that gig in order to enter and become a member of the union, which makes it easier the second time.
So Lummy, what I'm saying is I got two of my this card right here. Let me see here. The one right here just expired on, let me see, what day did it expire? October 31st of 2023. So this is my newest, SAG. And then here's one from 2014. I got one that just expired last month, and then I got one that expired 10 years ago. But, Lummy, I need to check within the bylaws. Are you allowed to sell? Because, next thing you know, Dan, I have one of these. I'm in good standing. I'll never get it taken away. But if you sell your card, to maybe one of your fans or something like that, can they use that to kick you out of the union? And, I don't want to get kicked out of that union. I may never have another opportunity to get back in that union.
Now, do you use that for insurance?
No, because you have to have made so much money in the industry to qualify for insurance. I think you've had to made $70,000 plus to qualify for the insurance, so I don't get the insurance, but I get every other benefit. You know, one of the coolest benefits of all that I use a lot for my sister, and that is you get 20% off.
Longhorn.
Punch card. Sorry.
Do you know one of my pet peeves is when I'm telling a story and then you guys jump on it and then it completely just throws off my story?
I'm sorry.
When you know that it's not Longhorn. It's the MAC makeup store at the International Mall. You get like 25% off pro rate, whatever it is.
Oh, nice.
So my sister uses it. Well, she can't use it. She has to tell me what kind of makeup she gives me. She goes to MAC online. That's the kind of makeup she uses. It's called MAC.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the makeup that most makeup artists use
like
over the last 20
Premier.
years.
Yeah,
it's
it's
the
like-
models use it. It's really as good as makeup gets.
Yeah. So that's what my sister wears. And so she'll go online to MAC and give me the part numbers.
The part numbers.
And I'll walk in there and be like, I need some foundation part number 158624V. And then I order all this stuff, and then I lay down my aftercard, and the ladies are like, wow, that's pretty rare. We only have about 4 or 5 of those that we see a year. I'm like, oh, okay. So, I don't think I could even sell it unless I look up.
Oh, could someone else try to use your discounts?
No, it's expired. It's expired.
Oh, okay. So they won't honor if it's expired.
No, it is expired. And here's my newest one right here. This is and it's got a QR code. See it, Dan? So they scan the QR code to see if you're in good standing or whatever the hell it is. But I hate to get hemmed up and then all of a sudden I lose. Look at all the things that I have lost in life that I worked so hard to get, and just because of a harebrained idea, I lost it.
Yeah, that would really suck.
I do have this. I gotta text it to all of you guys right now. I want everybody to get it, but I do not want you loudmouth son of a bitches blurting it out. Okay,
I will shut up.
That's mostly you.
Yes, I know. I know you're saying it to the group, but you're talking to me, and I hear you and I understand you.
Right.
Thank you.
Let me see. Lummy, Rhett, and Macho Man. Did I put Dan in there? Yeah, Macho Man. And is Jay coming in today?
Yes.
Okay, and Jay. Put Jay. Let me see. I just got this approved yesterday, including consulting with 2 different lawyers and a federal agency. So 2 lawyers and a federal agency finally gave me the clearance that I can proceed with this. Okay, hold on here. Dun, da, da, da. Hold on here. I know this is not very good radio, but it's very important because I want to see your reaction. And I think you guys tell me if you think these are going to do well or not. Okay, you guys all got.
I think they'll kill it.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I think it will. I think it will kill. And Dan, I got 2 lawyers on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I called a specific agency, a major agency. I'll tell you which one it is right here.
You don't have to. I understand.
I want everybody to know.
Okay.
I talked to a person, a management level, not like I didn't call the secretary, Dan, and I said
the phone screener,
right? Right.
Legal opinion.
I actually specifically asked for who this would be. Whose
desk this would fall on,
and they said, okay, it would be such and such. I left a message for such and such. Such and such called me back about an hour later, because you know how government agencies are; they're taking lunch breaks and stuff.
But dude, an hour later, that's amazing.
Yeah, he did. And I'm like, and I walked him through the whole process and what I plan to do with it and how I plan to distribute. I told him everything, and I'm like, my lawyers have determined that this is okay, and before I just would like your opinion on it. And he's like, nope, you're fine, bud.
Nice.
And then he gave me some state and federal statutes to look up and to have, ready, which would validate.
Like insulate you?
Yeah, like just, that's pro me.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, under this and this and this and this. And so I think we're going to start those soon, and I think that could be huge.
I think so, too.
Yeah. So let me look up. Maybe I can ask Alexa. Hey, Alexa, can I sell my Screen Actors Guild union card?
It is not allowed to sell a Screen Actors Guild, SAG, union card.
Oh, wow.
It is a professional card that actors get to work in the industry. If an actor loses their card, they must pay a fee to get a replacement.
So that looks like a hard no to me.
That's a hard no, man.
Yeah, that's a hard no.
Sorry.
Well,
that's okay, because I think what I just texted you is going to blow out anything I can make on my stupid SAG cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. Let me see. This is the new Bubba. I like,
Think about it before you do it.
Right.
Think before you act. I like it.
Yeah. So this is not coming out for Rhett. You're saying 2 years?
Jeez.
Yeah, it says 2025, and I guarantee you it'll be a fall 2025 release.
So Grand Theft Auto, and so the latest one they're on now is 5, right? GTA 5. When did GTA 5 come out?
September 2013.
Jeez.
They've been milking the hell out of that game. People still play it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so now is this new? I mean, there's people are just going to go crazy over this.
It's going to be the biggest game of all time. It'll
Bigger
be the
than
biggest
Fortnite?
release. You're gonna, yeah, because Fortnite was a free-to-play model and it wasn't huge at launch. The hype behind this game, people have waited a decade for it. So people are going to buy it. It's going to set records. You're going to see all types of news stories about violent video games, but also all the money that Rockstar is going to make with this game.
Now,
Nathan Lane, $50 cash out.
GTA is not modeled on the free template. You have to buy it, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's not a free to play. You have to buy it. And Rockstar actually made some bad press this week by saying that for the amount of content they put in games like this, they should be charging people closer to $400 or $500.
What does the? Jeez. By the way, Brian from Philly 25, and Eric, is it Eric Heary? Who is that's somebody, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, Grand Theft Auto 5 has been updated.
Who's Eric Harry?
Is that who?
Big E.
Big E. Okay, Big E. 29 on the PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Now, what'd you say, Dan, about
GTA has been updated over the years. It's not if you go GTA 5, it's not going to be the exact same game back in 2013. They've upgraded it over the time.
They've added content. There is a live service option for it. They've updated the graphics.
Do they knick-knack you on that, though? Like, if you want the update, it's going to cost you $29.99?
For the latest one, yes. When they went from Xbox 360 to Xbox One, I do not believe they charged for that. But when they went from Xbox One to now the next-gen consoles, they charge $30. What
will GTA 6 probably retail for?
$70, maybe $80 by the end of 2025. But new games are $70 now.
And you don't even have to get the disc anymore. You just download it onto your computer, right?
Yeah,
you don't even have to go to GameStop and get the disc and flip the little lid open and put the lid. I mean, you can.
It's still an option, but digital is the way to go because you can buy a game and you can bring it home if you have the disc. But as soon as you put it in, you're going to have to wait about 2-3 hours before you can play it because your console is going to have to install the game, which is not something that you needed to do back in the day.
And then updates and all that other crap. You're right. It takes 2 or 3 hours for that all to file through.
All right, here we go. So this is Grand Theft Auto 6. This is the trailer that they released yesterday, 12 hours ago. It's got 2.6 million views already.
Jeez.
And this is promoting a game that may not come out for another 2 years. Should I not run audio?
At this point, it's too late.
Okay, thanks.
we'll cut it out and post.
Do you know why you're here? Bad luck, I guess.
This is Florida, man. That is Miami, is it not?
100%.
Now, where's Rockstar Games based out of?
They have a couple different studios, but their main one is in L.A. San Diego.
Yeah, flamingos and airboats. That's Tennessee.
There's Florida.
And big asses.
That's
Miami.
That's what I'm buying.
I mean, that's Florida. Look at that.
Yeah.
This is right down Rhett's power alley right here.
Yep.
Whereas this is kind of more to me and Dan's deal right here, right?
Even got the thigh tattoo.
I don't know if you see the guy by the water.
Over
He's sneaking
here?
a picture with his cell phone.
Oh yeah, look, she's been over, and he's sneaking a pic on the deal.
The level of detail in these games is like it's taken them all of 8 years to put this together.
That's real life.
Oh, little Haiti. Oh, nice.
Dance for Hardy.
Oh man. And just to think, man, none of this is real. This is all virtual. Didn't you, I mean, there was a story I think we had a couple days ago. It was maybe last Friday, where somebody has generated this really hot looking chick, and she makes what on it, like $10,000 a month. She's an AI
Spanish,
chick.
Yeah.
And she's got an OnlyFans account.
She gets some messages from real celebrities and everything.
Right.
But she's not real. Oh, Gator.
There you go.
That's Miami all day.
No, that's Rhett all day.
Oh,
That is
yeah.
Rhett. That is Mrs. Rhett Fail all day. Hell yeah. I mean, if you think about it, we take it for granted. We really do. We take it for granted that we live in Florida. But I mean, like this is what we live in. We live in gators and white trash and people like this is. Most states don't live under these conditions, and this is just
read the caption.
Only in
Leonida. That's the name of the state in the game.
Oh,
they
it's
can't
Florida. It's Florida backwards, sort of.
And again, this is Florida.
Yeah,
this
all
is
day.
Florida.
Absolutely.
You can go to a mud bog at noon and be in the ocean by 4.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, look.
There you go.
Boo's back. The only way we're going to get through this is by...
And hold on. This is Florida. Right there. Look at that guy.
Is by sticking together. Being a team. Trust.
Now,
we should be proud as a state.
What, Rhett, have they announced what the cost, like corporately, it cost them to make this? I mean, is it $1 billion? Is it Is it? I mean, does it really cost that much?
Hundreds of millions, if I had to guess. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but if it's right around $1 billion, I wouldn't be shocked.
It's going to make a couple billion dollars.
It's going to make all
time.
that money back.
Hey, Alexa, how much did Grand Theft Auto 5 cost to make?
The development and marketing of Grand Theft Auto 5, also known as Grand Theft Auto 5, cost Rockstar Games a total of $265 million.
Well,
now that's 15 years ago.
Yeah,
that's 10 to 15
billion.
years ago.
Let me bing.
Let me bing.
It's reportedly cost $2 billion and has been in development since 2014.
We're talking about GTA 6, not 5.
Yeah.
$2 billion.
$2 billion.
It's been in development since when?
2014.
2014, and you're looking at, they're saying there's going to be $2 billion.
Correct.
Yeah, just to emphasize the progress of game development, GTA 5 cost them about $265 million to make and market, and they made billions. This game cost $2 billion.
Well, someone said it made GTA 5 made $8 billion worldwide.
Probably correct, yeah.
Hey, Alexa, how much did GTA 5 make in profits?
Grand Theft Auto 5 has made a staggering $7.7 billion in sales and revenue ever since its release.
So listen to this.
This game will make twice that.
Dan, I mean, I think we could even get Stevie D and Tom Bean, two of our big hurdles on things in life, on getting things approved. I think we could get Tom and Steve to both say, okay, 276 million will turn into 7 billion. I think I'm going to go ahead and approve that invoice.
It says it makes between 10 to 15,000 every 10 minutes still. GTA 5.
That's mostly microtransactions.
Wow. Wow. Well, good for them.
Mm-hmm.
I always got frustrated. I would be playing with like I think it was Catastrophic, or the guy with one ball.
Yeah, it's Catastrophic. Yeah,
and he has a GTE crew.
Yeah.
And he'd put me on his crew, and I'd be playing. But I could never figure out where to pick up the gun and like what. Like it's pretty entailed.
Yeah, and then when you walk out, you just get shot immediately.
Yeah, but he had like so many zillions of dollars. Like he'd put me on a yacht with some whores and give me some guns.
That's nice of him.
I mean, that's all we really want.
Yeah, exactly.
To be on a yacht with whores and then have some guns. That's an end. That's a good end game.
Yeah.
Italy's most handsome man has quit modeling to become a priest. Well, to me, that means,
What? What does that mean to you?
That maybe he likes little boys.
Yeah, or grown men.
Of which I don't got a problem with.
Which one?
The grown men.
Okay.
In fact, like Catholicism, if that's what a priest is always associated with, is it not?
I believe so.
Usually.
Yeah.
Most other religions call their heads pastors or reverends or preachers or ministers.
Rabbis, monks.
Right. But the Catholic religion tends to name its leader a priest. And so if you're a gay guy and you want to be gay, why don't you just come out and be gay?
Yeah.
Well, and you know what? and then go be a priest. But come out first.
I don't think the Catholic Catholicism is down with homosexuality.
The Catholics will take anything.
Sounds like
now.
the Pope might be coming around a little bit, but I think in the book it says it's a no-go.
First of all,
in the big book,
Catholicism has gotten away from the book tremendously. I mean, where do we even begin?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan is a Catholic, and we could sit here and tell you, probably 5 or 6 or 7 things right off the top of your head, Dan, that Catholicism has taken a 180 on?
Yeah, they have. And, one of the biggest tells was when the Pope years ago wanted to apologize for the last 400 years of the Catholic Church's oppression on people. So I think the Catholic religion has been hijacked, bastardized, distorted, and doesn't really represent true peace and oneness with God or Jesus.
And listen,
Did I say that
but isn't this? But hold on.
Sure.
But isn't this in itself where religion is flawed? Where if you believe in the higher being, okay, and all religions have different templates as to who the higher being is, correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right, but every religion has a higher being. That's who you worship.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, some Asian religions more like worship the world.
I understand,
but for the most part, yes, you have like deities. The Abrahamic religion seems to all worship the same God.
But for the most part, every religion has some higher being that is the end-all, be-all that you worship.
Right.
And that higher being, almost in every template, loves you unconditionally, will forgive you unconditionally if you profess your loyalty
kind of thing.
If you profess that your loyalty to these heads of these religions, and you profess that they, died for your sins and all this you can instantaneously join their club at any time, right?
Yep. I think so.
Well, what and they love everybody. Like even to the point where
love your enemy.
And the Christian belief that is that a guy could go out and kill an entire family of 4, but as long as he accepts Jesus Christ as his savior,
before he dies, he goes to heaven.
and he means it. I guess God can tell you if you're faking or you're meaning it, and you really mean it. That theoretically, as they condemn that man and put him to death, that man's going to heaven.
T-shirt will $50 in the Cash App.
That's the way we figure it.
Unless you're wrong religion.
25 on the Cash App.
So with the gay deal, you're saying, okay, we're not going to love. We'll go ahead and love a murderer that killed a family of 4, but since you're gay, Nope, you can't be in this. We'll let a murderer in this club before we let a gay guy or woman in this club.
That's not said anywhere.
No, that's not true.
Bubba,
That's not true. They've said that you need to respect, be compassionate, and sensitive to the homosexuality.
Isn't in the Old Testament homosexuality very much frowned upon?
Oh, sodomy.
It's frowned upon.
Okay, then. So what I'm saying is,
you can't even masturbate, let alone blast another dude.
Right. So like we've got away from all of these core values. That there is no more core values. Just live life the way you want to. If you're not hurting anybody and you're a good person. I mean, there's probably some homosexual men and women out there that are better people than these professed super religious people that never miss Wednesdays or Sundays,
Absolutely.
but they go home and do bad stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's just like we've gotten away. Well, they're not saying what.
They're not to accept them. They don't do what some of the Muslims do.
So you can't have the best of two.
You can just confess your sins, and then you're back in the club, and then you do the sins again, and then you confess.
It really shouldn't matter who you love.
Yeah, but
love is love. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I'm just saying, like within religion, as long it should be the goodness of your heart and the goodness of how you're wired.
Well, what should be and what is are two different things.
But they get away from it. They conveniently get away from things that they stand very, very strictly on when it's convenient for them. And as the world is shifting, religion is shifting. Very much so. Religion is, has to almost mirror what's pop culturally happening, or they're going to, I mean, Dan, you really think the Catholics want to do all this new stuff, or do you think that they have lost so many of their followers, they have to change with the times to be able to get a certain amount of people to follow them still? Because we're not cut from the same cloth we used to be 50 years ago.
Well, certainly all religions evolved. I mean, when the Puritans and the Pilgrims came to America, I mean, if you remember in the 1600s and early 1700s, I mean, if you showed like your ankle, they'd put you in the stockade all day. And so obviously, religions have to make some subtle concessions to pop culture and society. But I think almost every society has ostracized homosexuality because it's counterproductive to maintaining the society's longevity. In other words, if you have a colony in America and everyone's gay, the colony is going to die out in 40 years. And so what they were trying to do throughout history and throughout all societies is make more, reproduce. And homosexuality is contrary to that.
I understand
Which is why it's been frowned upon in most societies for the last 3,000 years.
So how can it be frowned upon for 3,000 years and now all of a sudden it's okay? That shows you 3,000 years ago you were wrong, and now you're right.
How do you know you're not wrong now?
Well, because you wouldn't be having it right now.
Well, how do you know? I'm not trying to counter-program, Bubba, but I mean, how do you know that we're right now when they were wrong back then?
Well, I mean, because they're taking this stance now to save to save their shakedown is what they're doing. They've made all these concessions and rules, and priests can be married now, and nuns can be.
The reason priests weren't married, Bubba, was part of the shakedown. Because if a priest was married, okay, so say you have this priest that's running the church, and he's the pastor of the church in St. Pete, okay? He gets married. He dies. What happens to the assets of the church? Theoretically, part of it goes to the wife. That's one of the reasons that priests weren't allowed to marry, because it would have diluted the wealth of the Catholic Church. I think that's a bull-s rule. I think that whole priest being married or not married is ridiculous. I think that has nothing to do with whether or not a person can be closer to their God.
All right, but hold on. Here's the ultimate drop the mic before we go into words deal. Catholicism was anti-homosexual clear up until what, 3-4 years ago?
Clear up until like this week.
Yeah, anti-homosexual, but
they're losing numbers, so they're trying to gain more.
So Catholicism for 3,000 years has been no homosexuality, men or women, none, zero.
Catholicism, Judaism, Muslim, all of them, every one of them.
Not even masturbation.
Hold on. But and this is a very strict thing. Can't do it. You're a bad guy. But they've settled more children molestation cases than any organization in the world.
I understand that. It's disgusting.
It doesn't even make sense.
I know.
Grown men can't like grown men. Grown women can't like grown women. But
the people telling you that.
But our priests who claim to be closest to God, who claim to sit up on that pulpit on Sunday and preach to you,
be an example,
and be in that confession booth, if you're truly running the whole Catholicism game, and all this kind of nonsense, and give you all this direction and this, but your organization has settled billions. Here, let me ask Alexa, how much has the Catholic Church settled in molestation charges? No,
it's gonna be massive.
It's in the billions. We've looked this up before.
Alexa, how many?
It's like 80 billion.
I missed something.
Yeah, I missed.
Can you say it again?
Yeah, I need to. You know what? I'm on your page, baby. I'm missing a whole bunch of stuff.
Sorry,
too, baby.
Alexa.
Alexa, I am sorry for being dumb this morning. Hey, Alexa, how much has the Catholic Church settled for sexual molestation cases?
Sorry, I don't have an answer for that.
See, even the Catholic Church has got her thwarted right on down. Let me bing, bing, bing.
Paid over $4 billion.
How much?
Yeah.
Over $4 billion.
Yeah. 22-year-old man can't blast a 27-year-old man, and an 18-year-old girl can't blast a 22-year-old girl. And I'm a priest, and I want to tell you all the bad things you can't do and how you're bad, and you're bad, and you're bad, and you're bad, and you're bad. But how much was it, Lummy?
Over $4 billion.
Still less than what GTA made.
But the organization that I preach for, and we've settled $4 billion worth of our priests sexually molesting young boys. And not some of these were 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mm-hmm.
That was like where they started grooming them.
I am honestly like fascinated by that phenomenon, because is it that they are that way, they're just pedophiles and they're drawn to that, or does the restrictions of being a priest, they feel like that is their only sexual outlet?
Here's my opinion.
You know,
is that Catholicism has been around for how long, Dan? 3,000 years? I don't know.
Probably closer to 2.
All right. So I think that there were a few dudes that were into kids, into this sort of sick thing back in the day, way, way, way back in the day. And then the ongoing Iggy, the ongoing wink, wink, nudge, nudge were, if you were into this sort of thing, you needed to get into the Catholic system and become a priest, because it is the best cover-up to, nobody would ever. It's taken, if it's been around 3,000 years, we've only really started actively, like these cases just started coming up like in the 80s, didn't they?
Well, dude, Catholicism's been around less than just over 2,000
I know.
years.
So what I'm saying though, Danny, they weren't, back in the 50s and the 40s and the 30s, there weren't little priests, little boys that were making these allegations against these fathers.
Nope.
No, this didn't
They
start.
got away with it for hundreds and hundreds of
Right.
years.
So the wink, winks, nudge, nudge for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years is like, hey, Dan, you like, I don't want. Dan, in fact, I'm not even going to use your name. But you can just be Fred, okay?
Okay.
Hey, Fred. Hey, Fred. You've been hanging out with me, and I've been hanging out with you, and you kind of know that I'm into little boys, and you've been, you've kind of shown an interest in that. Do you know how I just pick them off right and left, and nobody ever says a thing? Like, like we couldn't be working, at a regular job and be doing this to little boys. We'd be getting in trouble, right?
Yeah, pray tell.
But if we become priests within the Catholic
this
Church.
is a fun role play.
If we become priests within the Catholic Church, first of all, parents send their kids to us for them to be altar boys. It's a very prestigious thing. So we got a constant influx. And we tell these kids, as we're molesting them, that God, wants it that way, and don't ever tell, or God will strike you.
Well, a lot of people
hot
think,
dogs and pizza for everybody.
A lot of people think in the 70s it came out, the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops taught that gay people should be an active role in the Christian community. And then they said, like 10 years later, they wrote that the parents shouldn't hide their gay or bisexual children, but bring them to the church so that the Catholic priests could try to save them.
Yeah, now, this is back in the 70s, so they're like, listen, if your little boy is gay, no big deal.
We'll blast him.
Bring him into the church.
BYOB, bring your own boy.
And we will church him up and, fix him. We'll fix that little boy.
Now, can I drop some knowledge really quick? And here's the thing. I'm not for defending the Catholic Church, but they're not the only ones doing this sort of stuff. The Romans did this stuff. The Melanesians, it's part of their culture. The Afghani warlords, the people that we were supporting in Afghanistan and giving weapons that were fighting the Taliban, were blasting little boys. This happens all the time. It's not as rare as we think, and it's not just a Catholic thing.
It just happened to be the Catholics were probably the most organized.
It's insulated a system where that can persist because of if you tell anyone, you're going to go to hell.
They were the most organized and probably easiest to track down.
And they have the most money.
Deep pockets.
And they have the most, legitimate infrastructure.
Yes.
And heads and people in charge and things like that.
Here's the thing. A lot of people think, and again, I talked to Jay about this, me and my obsession with Rome, but a lot of people think that the Roman Empire never really even fell, that it just turned into the church. So all the wealth of the Roman Empire just kind of consolidated it. Think about it. The Vatican is in Rome. It became...
Yeah, but the Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire died.
I know.
And the Byzantine Empire thrived because the Western Roman Empire was overrun by the barbarians.
I understand.
What part of the Roman Empire got bamboozled on the Trojan horse?
It wasn't the Roman Empire. It was the Trojans, and that was in Turkey. And
that was the Greeks, wasn't it?
The Greeks fooled the Trojans. The Trojan horse
the
was built by Greeks.
So the Jimmy Clevises built this horse.
Yes.
And they pushed it in as an offering, and then they stayed in there all night long. And then when everybody went to bed, they got out of the horse and sliced their necks and everything. Yeah. And then didn't just a small group of people take over the entire village?
Well, what they did was they were able to open the gates from the inside.
Oh, and bring the boys in.
This is such a dumb question. Is that a true story? Is that mythology?
No, it's a true story.
They did. It's a true story.
Okay. I didn't know if that was mythology or
wasn't that on
something.
The movie Troy with Brad Pitt?
Well, then it must be real.
It was also in the Odyssey.
Everything about the show I love. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge.
Hello. Just the shit they get into every day, they talk about every day.
Well, I have an hour and 15-minute commute, and if it wasn't for them, I don't know if I could handle it.
I just fall out of my chair laughing my ass off. Hey, we'll be right back.
I want to go to Constantinople.
I think that's a cool place.
I refuse to call it Istanbul.
So what they probably did was they probably took some of that wealth out of the Roman area and transferred it over to the, Constantinople area. Because that Roman Empire lasted all the way up until,
The Byzantines like the 13th century or something.
Even past that.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Right up until almost like World War I.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, the Romanovs were, I think, part of that.
Yeah, it's all right up until like the 1900s.
Right,
it lasted up pretty much for 2,000 years plus.
Man, that would have been such an awkward transition, being like, we fucking killed this guy. Now we're gonna follow him. You know what I mean?
Turmeric. That's what it is, right, Dan? Turmeric?
Yeah, turmeric.
Yeah, so interesting. I actually have some time after work today, but I started reading Meditations. Read that.
What's Meditations about?
It's by Marcus Aurelius.
That's one.
It's essentially like his diary.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking awesome. And a lot of people have said, like, it should be mandatory reading, and I never read it, but I'm getting into Stoics now.
Oh, it's short.
Yeah, it's dense though, because the translation is kind of hard to unpack, because it's translated from, I think it was originally written in Greek. I didn't know the Romans were writing in Greek. I thought they were writing.
Remember how in the 50s and 60s French was the learned language? Well, the Roman Empire, Greek was still the learned language because a lot of the famous writings were like Plato and Aristotle and shit, which was all Greek. So most of the learned Romans could speak Greek.
Interesting. In addition to Latin.
Yeah. But all the classical writings were in Greek.
That's true. short and dense. Are you calling me fat? Bitch. You mean muscularly dense. Yeah. I want to go to Constantinople. Although I'm a little scared. But
Oh, damn.
Yes.
I gotta tell you a secret. It's nothing about you, Honor. It's about.
I don't care.
It's
I'm
about
not nosy. I don't care.
It's a legal matter.
Yeah, go for it.
Client privilege.
Watch him just fucking scream. Jen, I gotta tell you a secret. Now I'm gonna yell really loud because no one can hear me, but we all can hear you.
Yeah, that room's not really sound crazy.
No, it's not. They talk so loud.
Guys, keep it down. Keep it down. Alright, let me try ya.
Shut up! Troy. Trojan War. I honestly thought that was a fucking fake story.
It ended like
It says in Greek mythology.
It ended like the 10-year war.
Mummy. In Greek, wait, are we talking about the Trojan War?
Yeah, Trojan horse.
In Greek mythology, the Trojan War was waged against the city of Troy. Isn't that a bunch of fables and shit? Like the Iliad and stuff?
Yeah, the Homer.
Right. I mean, those are fake stories.
The answer is real.
Oh, you're right. Trojan War, myth, characters, and significance. Guys, I think this is a fake story.
You don't know. Maybe it was real. Maybe the
Okay,
book.
well, hold on.
It's like the Bible.
Oh, right. That's a great point, Lummy. It's fake as shit.
I didn't say
Was
that. I just was saying, like,
Trojan
people say the Bible is fake.
War real. Whether there's any historical reality behind the Trojan War remains an open question. Many scholars believe that there is a historical core to the tale, though this may simply mean that the Homeric stories are a fusion of various tales of sieges and expeditions by the Greeks.
You look good. I wonder who looks better in a suit, Jay or Dan. Dan looks kind of sloppy right now compared to Jay.
Dan's got his really nice business casual.
Dan, do you have like one really badass suit?
I have a few badass suits. I just don't wear much. I don't like wearing suits.
Why not? It makes you look like a fucking pimp.
Yeah, but I mean.
Nowhere near the rare air at the top of the heap.
I mean, we know what's important.
More like the bottom feeders existing on the scraps of society.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
We now return to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You know, we all have a very heartfelt reason to support our blood pressure. In fact, more than half of the U.S. population would benefit from blood pressure support. Super Beat Heart Chews are an easy and convenient way to support healthy blood pressure, and they promote heart-healthy energy as well. Paired with a healthy lifestyle, the antioxidants in Super Beats are clinically shown to be nearly 2 times more effective at promoting normal blood pressure than a healthy lifestyle alone. 30,000 5-star reviews and counting can't be wrong. Super Beats is the #1 doctor, pharmaceutical, pharmacists, and cardiologists recommended heart chew for cardiovascular health support. It's blood pressure you can simply trust and count on. Support your blood pressure and your heart health with Super Beat Heart Chews. Get a free 30-day supply of Super Beat Heart Chews and a free full-size bag of turmeric.
Turmeric.
I always mess that up. That's a good little kicker. It's worth $25. You're going to get it for free by going to BubbaLovesBeats.com. Get this exclusive offer only at Bubba Loves Beats, B-E-E-T-S, Bubba Love Beats, BubbaLovesBeats.com. Thank you, buddy. So Jay is here, and man, he is, looks good today.
Thank you, sir.
Like stunningly good.
I'm in my uniform, my battle uniform.
Yeah. We can tell what type of.
His picture's frozen, I think.
Is this picture frozen?
Looks like he's shocked. I'm shocked to see this.
Let me see. Let me reset my photo. He looks like a statue.
I do.
Jay died.
I'm just holding that position now.
It's Mount Rush Jay. It's Mount Rush Jay. It's just Jay by himself.
Still shot.
There we go.
So hopefully we're getting it refreshed. Jay is suited up, man, big time.
Back to life.
I got a medical examiner depot in a wrongful death case, so I am dressed to kill.
Are you bringing the homie in eventually on this one?
Well, no, they're still shot.
Well, I bring Danny in on all of it before I do these things. I mean, this is a pretty straightforward one.
Okay.
The issue is whether or not my guy was an employee, and it just has a couple check marks. And so it's an insurance company trying to exclude coverage, saying that my guy's an employee when he wasn't. So it's something like that simple, but I'm just going to light this guy up because they don't have any firsthand personal knowledge. It's just habit checking and stuff. So, yeah, I'm in one of those
You only
modes.
bring in Danny when they're trying to put up some prop expert, and Danny can just shoot like cheese, like Swiss cheese.
Well, there's just a couple experts I had in that one case where – I had already deposed one for 2.5 hours, and he was so evasive and squirmy. And I said, okay, we'll finish this later. And I called Dan and I said, you want to do your first? And he literally, in 1 hour, he went from a first-year lawyer to a 25-year lawyer. And by the end of the depot, it was like literally the fastest learning curve I've ever seen for someone to understand the medicine. Because what I did is I interjected a little bit at the beginning, and Dan watched.
Right.
And then he saw what kind of latitude you had and how he could control the tone and the tempo, because that's what I always do, Bubba. You've seen me do that with your sunglasses. There's no one that controls the deposition more than me. So
I've even had it where Jay said, let's call the judge on the phone and get a ruling right now. And then the other lawyer's like, oh, no, I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, I know the rules. I don't play the games. And so once Danny saw what he could do as far as controlling the witness, I kind of just stepped back, and then Danny just abused him.
On that particular instance, and I know which case it is, we're not going to go any further, but in that particular instance, he probably didn't know who you were prior. He certainly probably knew your knowledge of medicine after or during, but how many times did you catch him trying, before he knew you were a full-blown, doctor, how many times did you catch him trying to BS you?
I started with, I'm a full-blown doctor, I'm a plastic surgeon, I understand this material, and he still, entire time,
and you
tried.
physically examined him.
And I
which
physically examined the guy, which
What do you mean you physically examined him?
It was deposing a guy that did they used to call them the independent medical examinations.
They're
compulsory
Yep.
medical examinations are called now, and it's when there's a case and someone's injured, you send them to a doctor who evaluates them of their choice, of the insured, the defendant's choice, to evaluate the person and their injuries. And so rarely is the person that's deposing that person and cross-examining that person has the knowledge and ability to also examine the potential defendant or the potential
expert. And you're the exact specialty. So this was a board certified plastic surgeon to come in and say the scarring which my client suffered, which was horrific and dramatic and required extensive multiple debridements and surgeries and painful stuff. And the guy's conclusion was normal scarring. And so when I showed Danny that, he hit like the radio, Dan, normal scarring. He went off.
Now, Dan,
oh my God.
Did you or would it been effective or inappropriate to ask him, how many scar revisions have you ever done?
He did go through the general stuff.
We went through that.
Did he?
Mm-hmm.
Had he done some?
But Danny asked him, how long is this one? And he wouldn't know, and he'd go, okay, 11 inches. How long is this one? I don't know. Okay, that's 7 inches. Or maybe Dan use millimeters and centimeters because he uses more precise.
Right.
But It was really impressive to see him.
Actually wholesome. And actually, for us dumber guys out there, when a guy goes millimeters or centimeters on you, it makes you feel stupider.
I can't do it
because because you're like, man, that guy, knows the metric chart. Yeah, way better than I do. Right?
So, yeah. Well, one time I went off on the guy so badly, and at the beginning of the show, you have that like Borat thing. He goes, the guy says some Americans wouldn't find that funny. He goes, it's not a joke. We were talking about some stuff, and I was commenting on how horrific I thought he was doing as a doctor, and that if he was my resident, I'd fire him because his examination was so far from the truth of what was actually seen. And the other counsel said, he had a
objection
to my question. I'm like, dude,
going.
I didn't even ask a question. I was making a comment.
That's exactly what Dan goes. Yeah, Dan goes. That wasn't a question. That was my comment. And so he basically dressed down the expert in real time. I'd already gotten in the first 2 hours way more than I needed, but it was just one of those things where I was going to sick Danny on him. And so at the end of that,
there's a little meat left from that bone, so let Danny gnaw around on it a little bit.
I called the adjuster up and I said, you know what? I think I'm going to make your expert mine. I don't think I need one. Your expert did so poorly that I think I'm just going to list all of your experts because that's how badly they've done. If your lawyer hasn't told you that,
that's reverse psychology.
Then you need to get their transcripts. If you'd like me to pay for a copy, I'll send you a copy. That's what I said.
If you're a defendant and the opposing lawyer calls you up and says, "Hey, listen, I'm going to fire all my experts because yours are so horrible that it validates my case. I'm going to use yours." I mean, I'm settling. I'm writing. I'm asking if I can meet you tomorrow for a settlement.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the case settled within a couple of weeks after that.
Right.
A 5+ year case.
Did you want it? Were you ready? You were trial ready, weren't you?
We were ready to go to trial,
Sure.
but anytime you can get a settlement that would equate to a top 10 verdict in that jurisdiction in the last 20 years, pretty happy with that.
Right.
So was the client without risk.
Right.
So I spent $287,000 of our money prosecuting that claim, and it was all up at risk, and that's fine because I told them again. And there's a couple ways that you can have swagger when you deal with these people, and one of them is how I always dress my role.
Yeah, like today.
Yeah. Well, the other one is telling them that I don't borrow that money, so I don't want to lose $287,000, but I can. And if I do,
and
my lights will stay on tomorrow, and Dan and I and my firm will be just fine because I finance these cases with after-tax dollars. So a lot of firms do it on cost. They do it on, they're gonna take a loan on the costs. No, not at Diaco Law. We use our own money, and that's when you say a contingency fee. If we don't win, you don't pay. If I'd lost that case, that kid didn't owe me $1.
No.
I'd spent 4,000 hours.
Dan wouldn't be buying a new goddamn Ferrari this weekend, but I'm just telling you.
But he did afterwards.
Job well done.
Dan's Ferrari purchasing has to do with if Jay takes a hit or not every once in a while.
That kid is still a close personal friend of mine. A positive male role model for him.
You really did a really good job for him. He really got a good outcome from you.
And we counseled him through the whole thing. I had this rule where I was not going to miss a phone call from him at no point. And, I don't take calls from anybody, Bubba. It's after hours. I don't. That's why I never call you. But I never missed a call from that kid for 5 years. And there were times where he was so sad. I mean, he was suicidal, and he called me before his mother. Yeah. And so still now he'll just call me periodically. He just came to my office after Dad died. And he had this sympathy card for me and some roses, and he had this he got this, the things in the mall where it's like a little cube and it has a 3D image inside of it? Mm-hmm. It had Dad with the cigarette.
Oh, that was pretty cool.
That's like the kind of thoughtful relationship I have with this young man. And so, we handle things a little bit different. When you talk about the biggest firm in the nation versus a nice boutique firm where we're handling your case. Everyone in our firm knows who you are. Because it's Danny, me, or Scott Arthur.
You don't have 75 locations and 37,000 attorneys.
No, I did that. No. I had 4 offices. I had 175 people. I don't even know this. I had 50 lawyers. And so I've done that too.
Are you at peace? Are you more at peace doing this than that?
Well, I've always liked helping the people rather than, kissing the rear end of the king or the insurance company. And at one point, I had 10,000 cases for one insurance company. And so when you have that many cases with one carrier, you're kind of beholden to them.
You're kissing that ring a little bit.
And you're kissing the ring and making sure that you do everything.
But it pays good as hell. That's when Danny had 3 Ferraris.
So, it's been an interesting journey. But, yeah, I'm at peace where I am right now. I love the practice I'm in. I love the people I'm working with. My client base are clients that I trust. I have a very strong word I can say, which is no. If I don't like someone or if I don't trust them or if I don't believe the way their case is going, I quit. I fire you. I'm out. I'm not representing someone who I don't believe in. If something happens during a case and I find out someone's a liar, I'm going to confront them. I'm going to give them an opportunity to be honest with me. I'm going to see whether or not I can fix the problem. And if not, I'm out.
Sounds like a discussion that you and Danny would have.
A couple times a year.
And by the way, you are obtainable by phone if a person knows how to work the system good enough. You just call Steve.
That is true to that.
I can't get a hold of Jay, but I really need to get a hold of Jay. Steve. Because Steve always answers his phone. Always. And then he's always a Johnny on the spot. I'll be right over there. I'll tell you what's going on.
Which is nothing worse than someone who's a peripheral friend that knows you and knows Jeff and then sees Steven one night at Fort Beachy. Hey, what's going on with my case? Can you ask your brother? And then I'm like, I'll get a text at 10:30 at night. What's going on with this guy's case?
With the Johnny Jones case.
Really? You brought my big brother on me? That's what I called the guy back on Monday. And I'm like, really? You're going to big brother me? He doesn't work at the firm. I don't need my big brother to call me and check on the case. Let me look at the file. Oh, I called you 11 times last month and you answered twice.
No stats.
You know what I mean? I do come with stats.
Sean Barthel, 25 Venmo.
Thank you.
So,
this past week.
Anna, we were going to touch on this. I figured we'd touch on it with Jay and Dan in here before Dan blasted out of here. But
yeah,
it was like they want to change the stigma of suicide. And first of all, I don't want anybody to misconstrue what I'm trying to, what my opinion of or stance of suicide is. And that is you should never do it. It's not worth it. It's a very selfish act. You hurt so many people while do you feel better about yourself? I mean, you're dead.
Well, you're dead.
You're dead, and we don't. But we don't.
You had a few caveats, though.
But we don't. But we don't know. None of us, not a one of us, knows. Nobody knows what really happens after death, right?
It's all speculation.
It's what religion is perfectly formed upon, and the fact that life after death. Most religions, if you abide by their rules and you are a good person, then you are rewarded in a good after death experience.
Right.
Now, I tend to believe that when you die,
lights out.
It's like you're sleeping permanently forever, and you just never wake up. That's kind of my belief. I don't believe
there's a very good possibility that that's all that happens.
Right. You're just there. You're done.
Says a religious man.
And furthermore, when they cremate me and put me in a 5-gallon Home Depot bucket, then there's nothing I can be thinking or anything like that.
I'm in a Pringle jar and you're in a Home Depot 5 bucket.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are in your own Diaco mausoleum.
The Pringle jar on the top shelf.
And I am the 5-gallon bucket that's going to be spread across Bubba Raceway Park, turn 2. So
turn 2.
I think as a society, from all of our generations, Anna, you being probably the youngest, or even Rhett. I mean, Rhett we were always taught that suicide, no matter how you slice it, was bad and selfish.
Of course.
And so, Anna, is this an attempt to woke suicide?
It's a great question. I think it's a progressive move. Yes.
To say, hey, Ronnie or little Sharon or whatever, you have thoughts of suicide, and you know what? It's okay. Because, suicide sometimes works for
I think it's an extension of my body, my choice, which oddly I'm in favor for. I don't think it's a good idea, but at the end of the day, I feel like the only thing that you own is your body, and you should be able to do what you want with it.
I agree.
But I do not think that suicide is
I think suicide
idea.
is probably
it's not a good idea to push
the
on
most
people.
devastating thing you could do to anybody that likes, loves, lives, or has anything to do with you. Because we don't go to lunch. Danny, you and I aren't going to the dollhouse celebrating, Steve's suicide.
No, God, no.
That's what I'm saying.
And the problem
like,
with
there's
this
no
is
celebratory on suicide.
they're trying to eliminate the stigma associated with suicide for a couple reasons. One is, elder care is super, super expensive. And so if they can give an old person the option of killing themselves 6 months before they have to spend $300,000 on their deathbed, which often happens, they're trying to take the stigma away so that old people can do this. And that's called
Logan's Run.
Yeah, exactly. It's Logan's Run. It's euthanasia. And we don't believe in euthanasia as a people. That people should be able to kill themselves. Now, as a religious people,
what's Logan's Run? Is that case law?
That was that movie
that was that
when we were
movie
kids.
where everyone they lived as hard as they could, and at 35 they would all
float
ceremoniously suicidal.
Yeah, they would float
kill
up
them
to
all.
the top. It was a crazy movie. I watched it recently.
Was that an Arlene Saturday Night Special?
No,
God,
I can't believe you don't know it.
Fantastic movie.
It's kind of
Farrah
Heaven's
Fawcett
Gate
was
style.
in it.
I never saw it.
Planet of the Apes stuff. It was like Planet of the Apes stuff because they end up outside this weird world in like the White House.
Right, they were there in D.C. Exactly,
right. And so once they were in like a bubble, like a Truman Show bubble, and everyone in this bubble was of the mindset that when you were 35 or 30, you're the little.
I sent you the trailer, Bubba.
Yeah, it's amazing. You had a little sensor on your hand that would turn a color, start beeping, and it's
like
really
Ultraman.
about euthanasia. It was nuts.
This is an awesome movie.
From the 70s.
Then I watched it 6 weeks ago.
It still holds up.
It was trippy.
Really?
Because they were living it up, sexing it up, Dan. Before they were
awesome.
30, everyone in there was half naked in it.
Where you will hold
Bubba
your
loved
entire
this.
future in the palm of your hand. When a tiny glowing crystal will...
So this is called Logan's Run.
Yeah.
And it was from the 70s?
1976.
In fact, I saw this movie while Bruce Jenner was winning the decathlon.
Nice. Look how much our world has changed. Bruce is now a woman and getting after it.
Guide you through an existence in which each day is more wonderful than the last. Where it will be possible for you to obtain the fulfillment of every fantasy.
Anna, you'd love it.
To me, it sounds like a commercial for Molly.
Yeah, you would. You'd be you'd think it was wild.
To me, it sounds like it's a commercial for Molly.
Yeah.
The satisfaction of every vanity. The absolute attainment of every wish. Metro Goldwyn Mayer presents...
Are we sure it still holds up, guys?
I know. I'm like,
David production of Logan's Run.
Boy, they really spent. I mean, how much do they have to pay
They got Mork and Mindy's egg there.
that Asian Fiverr graphic artist to come up with that one?
Logan's Run. A fantastic journey through a world beyond imagination. Welcome
I'd rather
to
watch
the
GTA
23rd
6.
century.
No, I'm just kidding.
The perfect world of total pleasure.
So they hold on,
There was I'm telling you, there was orgies all over the place. These guys were half naked, everyone.
You throw this magic dust up in Lummy. We need to start
Watch
selling
this.
that magic dust where you throw it up in the air, then all these bitches just want to sleep with you.
In a world in which you need never be alone. You touch a switch, turn a dial, and the
Just like now.
perfect lover steps into your arms.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm in.
Just like
I'm in.
Every pleasure is yours to experience.
Runner.
That's Dan right there.
And everyone's beautiful.
One catch.
When the tiny crystal in the palm of your hand flashes its final message, your time is up. Michael York is Logan.
Run, Logan!
Policeman in a perfect world.
No!
Trained to track down runners.
Run, Logan!
Until he is forced to run himself.
So, Dan, your palm starts flashing. That means you're supposed to go to see the maker?
Yeah. And there's a big ceremony where they float in the air and they just explode. It's pretty cool.
And like the Roman times, everyone watched and celebrated.
Yeah.
Hey, Prince.
Just like
That's
Rome.
the Prince logo.
Isn't that the Onk?
Uncle
It is.
Yeah.
He's a runner.
Logan! I'm your friend, I understand. We all go crazy once in a while. But she's a runner, and it's over.
Overwhelming, am I not?
Yeah.
It's
like,
An
he realizes
incredible
it's
being.
fake.
More than human, more than machine. Diabolical guardian of the gateway to freedom. For Logan and the woman who loves him.
That looks fun. That doesn't look treacherous to me. That looks
I
fun.
wish they would remake this, kind of with modern
Oh, that would be
technology.
awesome.
They should remake it
'Cause
with
this is kind of throwing me off with the
they should-
R2D2 kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
they should make it with some hot, Mia Kunis or something like that.
Yeah, it's like Hunger Games.
The pop is the very end, and everyone knows the pop now, so making it would be sort of...
Yeah, but hold on now, though. You're right. It's got a very much a Hunger Games. It's like, I think this has turned into Hunger Games.
Yeah,
right?
They are remaking it early 2024.
No way.
Get out.
I can't wait.
You're welcome. Just like I called Henry
Farrah
Kissinger.
Fawcett Majors is in it.
Farrah Fawcett looks smoking in it.
She's so hot in it. She's like a plastic surgery nurse.
Yes, exactly, Danny.
Like
Wow,
Abe.
what a good memory.
Surgeon.
Now, hold on. What are they doing this to Abe for?
Because that's outside the bubble. They get outside and see the real world. They thought if you got outside the bubble, you died.
Oh.
In a face like that, that must be the look of being old.
MGM takes you into a new age of adventure.
Or how much money it made.
It was that was a hit at the time.
Hey, Alexa, how much money did Logan's Run make?
Logan's Run, released in 1976, had a strong opening weekend at the box office, earning $2.5 million. The film went on to gross $25 million in North America and performed well in other territories.
At the time,
Hold on. 25
years
million.
ago.
And but how much? Probably cost like
25 million.
800 grand to make.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Alexa, how much did Logan's Run cost to produce? John Costica, 100, Lummy. It's snowing in Indiana.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks, John.
Snowing in Indiana. Oh, I bet it's beautiful up there. It's snowing, getting ready for Christmas. John Costica slinging some metal and sends me $100. Love him. Hey, Alexa, how much did the movie Logan's Run cost to make?
Logan's Run cost an estimated $9 million to make.
So I mean
Really?
they doubled. They doubled.
Wow, high budget.
9
Farrah
million.
Fawcett was expensive.
$9 million, but it made 25.
Just in America.
That's
Just in the
not
US.
worldwide.
Yeah, it's just in America. Yeah.
So let's look at this piece. Let's see what they think about it. If we're all wrong, or if what are they saying about suicide?
Oh, yeah.
We got squirreled.
We got squirreled.
Here we go. Yeah, here
Let's
we
see
go.
what Jane Pauley says about it.
Love her.
Found more
I used to.
Americans took their lives last year than in any year on record. If you do the math, it works out to some 132 suicides every day. Susan Spencer explains how stopping the shame surrounding suicide might be a way to prevent some of those deaths.
That's nonsensical.
There's no stats.
Gardening at home in Kansas City, Missouri, Clancy Martin hardly looks like someone who has struggled for years with grim thoughts of suicide.
It was just all day, every day, wanting to die, wanting to take my own life.
Sad.
It started young, very young. At 6, he ran in front of a bus. The first of 10 suicide attempts over the years.
One time I pushed myself off a building and a friend who almost went over with me grabbed me from behind who I didn't even know was there. It's a miracle.
This is one dude.
Yeah,
this
guy
is
kinda
one
sucks
guy
at
who
doing
needed
that,
some
doesn't he?
help. Like, I mean, this is one guy who needed help.
Miracle that I'm alive, and I'm so grateful for that miracle.
It's like Tuttle.
Suicidal thoughts at 6 may be rare, but now 56, Martin fits one of the demographics most likely to die by suicide.
Really? Guys in their 50s?
White males,
Hold on.
middle-aged and older. But in America today, every demographic is at risk.
Post-COVID.
Suicidal ideation is actually so common in the general population. About 1 in 5 high school students.
Yeah, what was it before suicide? I mean, before COVID. That's the truth. 1 in 5 high school students have suicidal thoughts post-COVID. That was not true before COVID. It's shocking.
I don't think it's just COVID.
No, but it's a shocking number. Social media.
Social media is a big one.
You know what? Social media.
Social media is a big part.
Probably is at the top.
Yes, especially among young women.
Yes, absolutely.
Psychiatrist Christine Moutier, who heads up the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, says this is a public health crisis, pure and simple.
In the United States, in the last...
Well, I'll probably get in trouble for saying this, but like, we're raising our children to be so soft. And so, like, any little bump in the road or any little thing that upsets you mentally or internally or whatever, our generation dealt with it a lot different than what this current generation's dealing with it. Back then, we were told, get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying, buddy. Like, like that's the way your dad raised you guys. That's the way Arlene raised your guys.
I think I was
There was
raised...
no crybabies allowed. There was none of that nonsense.
But now I identify with that video we have of the girl getting pulled over.
Last year, it's something like 13 million Americans, and those are just the adults, have been having serious thoughts of suicide at some point.
Americans are dying by suicide at record rates. In 2021, nearly 50,000 people in this country have died by suicide.
But may I follow up on what you were saying a second ago?
Yeah.
Because what you were saying is right. We're raising the children to be victims and to be soft, and we're also over-medicating them.
Mm-hmm.
We're putting them all, everyone's got ADHD instead of you're just an 11-year-old boy that needs to pay attention to what's going on. You don't have ADHD. You can play a video game without any distraction for 5 hours, but you can't pay attention in school. Straighten up. But now they give that kid Ritalin, they give that kid medication, then they see all the social media stuff, and it's this really ugly cycle.
When there's one thing that you forgot, getting that ass whipped.
Right.
We've taken getting
Where's
that.
the wooden spoon?
We've taken that getting that ass whipped out of it. When I was 7, 8, 9, and I was being distractive in school, which I was always kind of the funny kid, and sometimes I would be a distraction. It would only take one letter to my mom. They'd give you a letter. They would give you a letter to give to your mom, and it was sealed up. And you didn't even dare open it.
There was no email on it. They pinned it to your shirt, and you got to make sure that mom got it.
I know.
And then you'd send it to your mom, and it'd be like, "Listen, Bubba has been being very disruptive in class of late. Just wanted to let you know." And then your mom would whip your ass for getting getting the letter. One, you get an ass whipping for the letter. 2, you might get another ass whipping once Dad gets home.
For sure.
And then 3, you better as hell not be having that same behavior the next day. Because,
we don't want a second letter.
Yeah. Second letter. Oh.
Some people?
Yes.
Tia Dole, a psychologist.
When did we as a society stop whipping ass?
I don't think that has really anything to do with the suicide thing.
I do. I think so.
I think the number one thing that we haven't really mentioned, I mean, we kind of said social media, it's technology. Because the problem is that the number one predictor for longevity, and I do a lot of research on this BS, it's not your diet, it's not how much you're sleeping, it's not your exercise, it's social connection. And we're taking that away by everything being Zoom calls. After COVID happened, everybody went home and didn't go to work. A lot of people never went back. Like, a lot of people work remotely. A lot of kids are homeschooled. They don't have any friends.
They don't have social interaction.
That loneliness, especially for older adults, that is a death sentence.
You're correct.
So I think that's truly, because you don't just see this trend of suicide and depression and people being clinically unhappy starting since COVID. It started since like the 90s. And what happened in the 90s? The internet.
But it was accentuated
getting
by
worse
COVID.
And worse. Absolutely.
With the social distancing
Absolutely.
and kids
Absolutely.
being isolated for months at a time and not having any interaction with other children and not being able to go to the playgrounds. And that's like the difference between Florida and California, which kept their schools closed until late 2021.
Yes, and you've seen a drop in other things as well. You've seen a drop in faith.
There's only one thing you need. You don't have to kill yourself as long as you got some good porn.
Yeah, there you go.
That's one of the other problems is young men have an unrealistic expectation of what sex is. Because they watch porn all the time and they think that normal porn is a guy getting 2-3 girls, and that's not normal porn. That's just certain people that got to enjoy that life.
Different expectations.
It's just different, and so those are unrealistic expectations, or that everyone's going to be a 10 when you're a 4. If you're a 4 as a dude, you look for a 4. You don't look for 2 10s. Never happening.
Here we go.
Also, New York City puts part of the blame on an epidemic of loneliness.
People in this country are really struggling
there you go, Anna.
with isolation, with sadness, with anxiety, and suicide is
hold on, stop, wait a minute, wait for it, with softness. We're all soft. Not us, we're not soft. Everything that they just mentioned right here, hold on, everything they just mentioned right here.
An epidemic of loneliness.
People in this country are
right here, boom.
Soft.
This equals soft. These 3 things right here.
Really struggling with isolation, with sadness, with anxiety.
Boom. That's being
But what's causing
soft.
those things? That's a symptom, not the cause.
Parenting, allowing kids to be soft.
Well,
parenting.
it's also social distancing.
It's all about parenting.
I agree with you, Bubba.
Yeah.
It's allowing kids to be soft. When you fall, you can do two things. You can either pick them up and wash them off and put Band-Aids on them and put a padded pillow around them. Or you can say, get your ass up and get going again. Bitch. And that's the bitch.
and that was the little Danny.
And that's the difference between raising someone that can deal with adversity and someone that's going to crumble the first time they come across a red light.
No, listen.
It's that simple.
This probably isn't parent of the year stuff. I'm going to tell you, but I had, I still do out back have 2 mopeds. Well, when those mopeds were newer, they ran real good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I could get them running. They run right now with it, but when they were brand, 06s, 07s, when Tyler was like 5, 6, we would take them, no helmets. Flip-flops, and we would take them and drive them around our neighborhood.
Nice.
And so where I lived, the exact circle was 1 mile, had 4 big corners, big long straightaways. Well, Tyler would always smoke me because he didn't weigh anything.
He was like 30 pounds.
Right.
And he was fearless.
So he's fearless. So after about 5 races, we kind of par up by about how much he always beats me by. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I get that head of a start. And boom, we're racing, and we're coming into the last corner, and he doesn't lift. And the bike slides out. He's got shorts and a T-shirt on and flip-flops. Now, the bike, the moped goes out from underneath him, and he slides halfway across the concrete, and his entire leg looks like a road rash hamburger. His arms everywhere. Well, his mom... I had him for a week, and then his mom had him for a week. Well, I didn't want his mom to think that I'm, bad dad of the year. We're out racing mopeds with no helmets, no nothing. And he had to go to school, and he's crying, and I can see. I mean, he's tore up. He is tore up. So I get him in the bathtub, and Dan, I run the water, and I start getting hydrogen peroxide and kind of a soft scrub sponge.
You start debriding him.
I start debriding him. And then I always have prescription grade Silvadene. I always have some of that.
Everyone should.
I start lathering them all up with Silvadene and then taking gauze patches and patching them all up. And I just gotten them from his mom, so we had a week for it to cover up.
Right. Healing time.
So I'm like, Tiz, listen. I told my son this. I go, Tyler, they're gonna take you away from me if they find out what we were doing, because I wasn't being a responsible dad. So when you see your mom in a week, tell them we were just skateboarding, which she should we don't skateboard. Me and Tyler and we fell off. Well, she believed it, and I never got in trouble. But I wasn't soft, Danny, and took him to the emergency room, and he manned up, and he was screaming and hollering when he was in the bath. He's like, ah, and I'm like, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Today's the worst day. It'll heal from today on.
There's a spectrum of.
Well, Danny is like you, Bubba, and he's an old school dad, and it's really been amazing to watch him as a coach, because he has an old school manner of parenting his own son, and the other fathers and mothers that have picked him to be the coach now 3 or 4 seasons in a row do it because Danny's so involved, and they let Danny discipline their children as though it's his child.
They said that
incredible.
They said that the kids actually like when I raise my voice at them. They don't
it's
mind
funny.
being disciplined.
You know why?
They like the correction.
You know why?
It's like boundaries.
Because they're soft, and their mom and dads don't do that to them.
They need it.
Well,
and
they look up to Danny, too.
They thrive on the guidance.
Danny's a guy who comes in as a 56-year-old plastic surgeon, radio host, 57-year-old radio show host, Ferrari driving, plastic surgery, in shape. And I mean, if I was a kid, I'd look at Danny and go, I want that. And I guarantee you, these boys that played for him, I bet you the vast majority of them being successes.
They're looking at Danny's mom.
Yeah.
Well, they do that too. Trey gets so much heat in high school.
They're looking at Danny's mom saying, that's what I want. And then they're saying, I don't mean to be creepy, and if I can't have his mom, I'll take his sister.
Do you know what they were saying? Yeah, last night in practice? They want Sage.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Wow. Because Trey almost got in a fight at Jesuit over his mother. The 6'3" lacrosse player was like making jokes about Candle, and Trey did not like it one bit.
So what happened? What happened?
They went blow for blow with helmets on in the locker room, one blow each.
Wait,
and
what?
Yeah, like they put a helmet on and let each other smash each other in the head.
Oh, like that.
And I told
that's
him
my kind of parenting.
Yeah, I said next time,
just punch him in the
pick the
stomach.
kid that's like 5'8", not 6'2".
If you want to see
Trey
some
had a mark
soft
for about
parenting, just come to
10
my
days.
soccer.
Lummy
Holy
says,
crap.
hold on. Lummy says that it's so soft where he takes little Walker that Walker will roll up. They'll have this ball in front of this kid. It's the kid's ball. It's not Walker's ball. It's
Right.
not Walker's ball. Walker's already kicked his ball, so he's done.
Yep.
And he's got to wait for the ball to come back. Well, Walker doesn't like waiting for the ball.
I know.
So Walker runs up and takes the kid's ball and kicks it. So Lummy is like, listen, we are so sorry. You know, we've been trying to teach him to wait, but he just goes crazy when he sees these balls and he kicks them. So we are so sorry that our son took your ball. It won't happen again. Little Walker, no, you little bad. And do you know what the dad says? Instead of being a man and said, yeah, you know what? Don't have your kid take my kid's ball anymore. That's cool. Appreciate you apologizing. Listen, little Walker, don't do it again. Okay, that's a responsible. Like if you got that response, Lummy, you wouldn't have a problem with that.
Not at all.
Like you know
That's
what?
the correct response.
Yeah, you're like, thank you, sir. I appreciate you saying that, but my kid's ball is his ball, and he's not going to be able to learn to kick it if your kid's already stealing it. So can you keep your kid off my balls, okay? Do you know what the soft ass woke snowflake parents told Lummy?
No.
What?
It's okay. He wasn't really playing with that ball anyway.
Yeah.
He wasn't. I don't even know if he was going to kick it or not.
Yeah, he can have it.
Just take the ball from him.
Just yeah. So Walker's now just being a real dick, roll up and just taking all the ball.
nice.
Yeah, he doesn't
Not
help.
realizing
Give him
that
an
some
inch.
parents don't really feel that way.
Nope.
Oh man, he is a funny
I
kid.
can't
He was
wait
at the
till we
game
start using him, Lummy. We
on
can,
Sunday.
Lummy,
Use him for.
use him for the show.
He's hilarious. The
for
kid is
content.
funny. He's got a ton of personality. He was having a ball smashing me in the head, and it was great.
Lummy will. We got to go into commercials.
That's
but
hilarious.
We're way late.
It was.
But Lummy will Ashley let us start using him as a.
of course.
Like, can we start using him for setups? You
Yeah,
know,
of course. Oh, Walker would be a star.
Remember that one young kid that was trying to sell, give free drinks to the MILFs on the corner?
Yeah.
Remember? That's what I could picture Walker.
Oh, 100%.
Doing.
He loves the ladies.
Anyway, I gotta go into words. Dan's got to leave. Jay's got to slide in, and we'll be back in a minute.
Everything, man. I love everything about the show. Yeah. They make my day great. Keeps me entertained. Keeps the day going.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Did you just person?
She throws everything out there.
Oh, you're talking about that kid, huh?
From generational trauma. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, that's the best. That's my
I'm trying
daughter's
to
line
pressure
now.
Bubba into
Generational
watching
trauma.
it. Oh, have you seen that video, that body cam video?
What video?
Like a couple
I
weeks
put
ago.
it came out last month.
What
but
video?
Yeah.
I put it in fucking prep, man.
Bitch, what video?
It's the body cam video of the woke body cam daily caller.
Send it back to me.
Alright. There you go, big boy. It's not too long, it's pretty fucking funny.
No, I just got changed around.
Hold on.
Nothing.
Why are you driving in the wrong way in traffic?
No, I just got changed around. I just moved here like 2 months ago.
Okay.
I just got changed around.
Okay. Do you understand what's going on though? You're going into oncoming traffic.
I know, and I just decided that it was better just to turn around really quick.
Okay.
But I'm sorry. I just have like really bad social anxiety and stuff.
I get you.
I don't want to step out whenever you're asking for stuff.
What's going on?
We'll open up with
What's
this.
going on?
Hi, Bamba Boy, Kenny Powers, Rob, Green, Pedro, the pool guy.
Saturday morning, and you'll want to put a knife in your eyes. Just how pathetic parenting is.
Oh,
I'm
my
not saying
God.
I'm dad of the year, but it's just like you look at it and you're like, we're fucked.
I think a parent's inability to say the word no is the biggest problem. My mom had no problem saying the word no, and I have zero problem saying the word no.
Walker's favorite word. No. And guess what?
God, I had so much fun with him the other day just because, I mean, that's like the age where little boys become really fun. You know, the first couple of years are kind of pathetic for dads. There's not like a lot of you know, it gets really fun. And wait till he's my age, my kid's age.
Yeah.
16 is awesome. I'm having a ball. Good kid. I saw that. Rumble stream is ended. What's up, everybody? Morning, Fin 212. What up, Pedro? Steve, Kenny Powers, how's everyone doing?
Oh, Jesus. Christ.
Good morning.
Please don't call
What's up,
me
Gary
ma'am.
Cantrell, Kenny Powers? That's the whole funny bit. That
Please
man,
don't call
I'm
me
getting
ma'am.
triggered because you call me ma'am.
He's not calling me in. Do you ever think about
What
like
up,
how?
Jamie Flynn?
Do you ever think about how enormous Russia is? Like,
But most of it's like almost uninhabitable
I understand, but
wasteland.
just geographically.
Oh, I know. It's like 2 or 3 times
Look-
the
look
size
at
of the
this.
United States.
I'll get my phone back here. Just the size of this, like, dude, I was looking.
It's
over
like
here.
the whole northern
Look at
continent
this. Look,
above
look,
everything.
this is- I was looking. This, I thought it was part of Japan. It's Russia.
What?
This is Russia. That's Japan. This is Russia.
I can see
They have
Russia from my porch.
all of that.
Sarah Palin said that.
Yeah, look, and then all the way almost
Very-
to
I mean,
America.
The Bering
Like,
Strait is literally.
fucking ridiculous.
What's that?
Russia.
The size of Russia.
So yeah, I think about Rome and I think.
Yeah, but half of it's is not
Yeah.
I
habitated.
understand, but
Uninhabitable
just
wasteland.
geographically, it's insane. Look at the United States. I mean, it's just like. It won't let me go any smaller, but like the United States, enormous.
It's at
There's,
least
like,
3 times as big, maybe 4 or 5.
Unreal.
But the population is a fraction.
I understand. Let's see, actually.
They don't have 350
30
million.
million.
300. They keep saying 330 still. We've had 20 million come over in the last 4 years, 5 years, 10
I'm gonna
years.
say they have 400 million.
400.
I'm gonna guess. Do you want to take a guess?
I don't think it's that many. I think if we were
We'll think about it.
340, I think it's going to be 200.
All right, I say 250.
No, you can't change.
I changed.
$1.
Fine. Oh
Look
yeah.
at that,
I owe you a dollar.
143.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
You're hearing the world through his prism.
You got a sick and twisted world perspective.
That's almost a challenge for me now.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Want to do a quick one here. Anna sent this to me last week, and I either missed it or got busy on Friday, and from now on, like on Fridays, I just clear all. I just clear all my tabs. Like done. We'll start next week new. And I think this might have been one of those. But this is a person that considered themselves.
No, I'm sorry. I was given this by Jay last night. I can't take credit for this.
I'm sorry. You said that you sent
Jay
this to
sent
me.
it to me and was like, "This is hilarious." I watched it.
This
laughed.
is from a month ago, and I think it was in our
And then
prep
put it
like a
on
month
prep.
ago.
I thought we had it. I thought maybe we had it in prep. Maybe not.
I don't think we did.
done
'cause
it
I
yet.
would have.
No, we haven't done it, but I remember
All right,
looking
well,
at prep a month ago.
let's stop arguing about it and tell people what we're getting ready to watch.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Anna.
This is a body cam video of a person.
Yes.
No, well, no, hold on. It's body cam of a police officer has his body cam.
Pulls over a person is what I'm going to say.
Right. A police officer pulls over a person. The police officer has their body cam footage that documents the interaction that this police officer as a police officer has with this person.
Hilarious because this person who was pulled over seems to be triggered by anything and everything and is using every single woke trope that there is, just trying to use that as an excuse for why this person may be not great at taking field sobriety tests.
While drinking.
And this person is not really the exception anymore. It's becoming more of the norm of our younger generation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. I think you're gonna love this.
Come on.
Nothing.
Why are you driving in the wrong way of traffic?
No, I just got changed around. I just moved here 2 months ago.
Okay.
I just got changed around.
Okay. Do you understand what's going on though?
Yes.
You're going into oncoming traffic.
I know, and I just decided that it was better just to turn around really quick.
Okay.
But I'm sorry. I just have really bad social anxiety and stuff.
I get you.
I don't want to step out whenever you're asking for stuff.
Okay, well, we're past that. Just go ahead and step out.
As an Indigenous person.
Right back here, please. Miss Perry?
I think you just missed a major Cash App gimmick, did you?
I'm sorry. I might have, yeah.
Yeah, you're just...
Got 40 screens up.
Jesus, Lummy.
I had to send something. It's
like NASA over there.
247 Dynamic Solution 15.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm non-binary, so.
There you go. Okay. What do you go by?
It's Kai.
How can I refer to you tonight? Kai? Okay. Hey, I'm smelling alcohol.
I know.
How much have you consumed tonight?
Probably 30.
Now, she said she goes by Kyle?
Kai.
Kai.
She's non-binary.
All
Don't
right,
call me miss.
She goes by Kai. Okay.
I know.
How much have you consumed tonight?
Probably 3 drinks.
I need to run you through some tests right now. Stand facing me, please.
But I just want you to know that I also have very bad social anxiety.
You and me both.
Okay.
Okay. Any recent head trauma?
You pretty much shut her down there.
Traumatic brain injuries, anything I need to know about?
Mental, yes.
Focus on my finger, please.
I am. You're just trying to intimidate me.
I don't know how I'm trying to do that. This is the test.
As you know, as an Indigenous person, and there's a bunch of going around, I'm sorry, but...
I'm an Indigenous person, Jay. What does that mean?
Right.
Is she thinking...
Indigenous to the Native America.
Okay.
It's just for me to be...
And there's a lot of stuff going on, so I need
you.
to be on my toes.
Do you remember that I told you that?
She looks pretty white to me.
I'm non-binary.
I'm non-binary.
Her ancestors
I'll
were
try
raped.
Artist. I'll refer to you as Kai, right?
Yes.
Perfect. I need to know if you have any injuries or anything that would prevent you from doing a standard walk or turn tonight.
Mental health.
Any physical injuries?
Mental, yeah. But no, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Mental, PTSD, depression, anxiety.
Mental, PTSD, anxiety, depression. She threw all of them out at once, Bubba. Watch this.
Listen.
It's impressive.
Listen.
I'm saying.
Okay.
Mental, PTSD, depression, anxiety.
I get you.
What else?
Mental, PTSD, anxiety,
depression.
Now with your right foot, place it in front of your left in a heel-to-toe touching manner with your arms by your side, just like this, ma'am.
Can you not call me ma'am, please?
I'm trying my hardest.
Okay, well,
Okay.
it means a lot to me.
I'm trying my...
Jesus.
What did you say?
I would...
My
I
hardest.
don't feel like a man, so
Okay.
it's kind of triggering.
Right foot in front of your left. Nope, go back.
I'm sorry, but that whole man thing just
I apologize. Let's see if we can move forward from it.
All right. So she's just trying to he made a mistake, called her ma'am, which at the end of the day, he should be able to call her any damn thing he wants. That's
He's
not
trying to be respectful.
Right.
Yeah.
He's not saying, listen, you dumb fat bitch, come over here. No, he's addressing her, what she looks like.
You have 0 questions?
No, but I just want to tell you that I suffer from really bad anxiety.
This has got to be an elaborate sketch. There's no way this is a real person.
It goes worse. Hold on.
Rat, it is.
Yeah,
true.
She has generational trauma.
Generational trauma and PTSD.
That's my favorite line.
I had to look that up.
Hold on.
Please. with generational trauma and PTSD around white people and cops. Like,
around white people and cops.
Right.
Like you could say that about any other group of people. What if you said, I have generational anxiety around African American and cops?
Well,
You're going to be in trouble.
Everyone would have generational trauma.
Right.
Because every generation of almost every race has been persecuted and held down by some other race.
Yeah, at one time or another.
it's just,
I'm going to speak with you right over here, okay?
no.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead and place your hands behind your back.
Call her ma'am.
Don't.
Oh, hold on, ma'am.
You
Don't make it hard.
Please.
Don't make it hard.
No,
Don't. You're going to get a resistance.
Dude,
You're going to get a
I
resistance.
don't.
Don't resist.
Don't.
Listen to me. Don't resist.
Don't. You're being
Come
a
here.
white man and
Come here.
don't. I followed all of your like,
You're being a white man.
Listen to this part.
I'm an indigenous person like you guys.
What'd she say?
I'm an indigenous person and F you guys.
Don't. I followed all of your like, as an indigenous person like you guys. You guys are scaring me.
There's nothing to be afraid of.
Yes, there is. It's called generational trauma.
Okay, walk on my vehicle.
Generation.
He was cool as a cucumber.
Here we go.
George Washington.
I love when you get some of these cute chicks and they just validate that a lot of times cute chicks are dumb.
And the second.
Abraham Lincoln.
Nice.
Kennedy. No.
John
Not
Adams.
Abraham Lincoln was the 16th. Right?
Barack Obama is the only president that ever mattered. Donald Trump.
Why?
Because he's a racist, white supremacist. And if he runs again, I'm moving to Europe.
Where?
Promise me that.
Switzerland.
Why?
Because they have universal health care.
Who was the first president of the U.S.?
George Washington.
Or the second one, the one after that?
Benjamin Franklin.
First president of the U.S.
George Washington.
And the
Everybody gets that one, but nobody gets John Adams.
Poor guy.
second president?
I know it's not James Madison. Hold on.
That's
No
close.
idea.
Who's the current vice president?
He's
That was
close.
close. That was four.
Right. You're in the ballpark, buddy.
Kamala Harris.
After the
What?
first president, who was the second one?
I don't give a about the presidents because they're all white and they have nothing to contribute.
you.
Until there is a black woman president, I don't give a about who the second president is.
Wait, who's the current vice president?
Kamala Harris. I love her
Why?
Ew.
because she's black and she's a woman.
What?
She defied the odds
How?
because there's never been a black woman vice president.
Who's the 50th president?
Yeah,
Isn't
never.
that Biden? Yeah. Oh, no.
50th.
But he realizes it looks like
Yeah.
Oh, it's Trump. Trump was 50.
No. Trump, wasn't Trump 44?
45.
45.
and
Because
47.
Barack was 48.
Hopefully.
I'm going to say Biden. Yeah.
Do you know the third president?
No. Thomas Jefferson.
The 50th president.
Obama.
Who's the second president of the U.S.?
John Adams.
The one after that.
Thomas Jefferson.
Bro, who's the current vice president?
Kamala Harris.
That's Steve. That
dude's so drunk and he can answer all of it, dude.
Hold on. That's Steve after one of Jay's keggers at FSU. Am I right?
Who was the 16th president?
Abraham Lincoln.
Who's the first president of the U.S.?
George Washington.
And the second?
Thomas Jefferson. No?
Close.
That's the third.
Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, come on,
No,
man.
I'm messing with you. He was the fifth president. No, I'm messing
He was actually the 16th.
with you again.
Well, what was he?
It was like the 15th.
16th.
How do you know all this?
That's good, bro. Who do you want to be the next president?
Not Kanye. Absolutely not.
Who do you want to be the next president?
Nobody. No one.
That guy actually makes the most sense right there.
Yeah.
Why?
Democracy is dead.
Who do you want to be the next president?
No, hold on. This is Steve. This is Steve drunk at FSU right here.
up.
Hold on.
Why?
No one.
What's your most controversial opinion?
I low-key with Andrew Tate. Don't tell anyone though.
First president.
What'd he say?
I low-key F with Andrew Tate. Don't tell anyone.
Who do you want to be the next president and why?
No one.
What's your most controversial opinion?
I low-key with Andrew Tate. Don't tell anyone though.
First president
I speak
of the
drunk
U.S.
man.
Like real or like ideologically?
Both.
Real, it was George Washington. He's on the $50 coin actually. I own 16 of them. Ideologically, I would say that first president of the United States was Barney, the purple dinosaur. He really brought together a lot of the people that I care about, and I think he defined sort of the cultural direction of our nation. He sort of set the tone for
pedophilia.
Pedophilia, but
You see how you could just insert a name and put in the platitudes of the Democrat politician and doesn't make, we like Barney.
Love for life, sort of a carpe diem.
First president.
Look at these dudes.
Baby, these guys know what's up.
The U.S.
George Washington.
Second president of the U.S.
John Adams.
Third president.
Thomas Jefferson.
Who is the current vice president?
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris, come on.
What about 16th president?
Abraham Lincoln.
Bro. Who do you want to be president and why?
DeSantis. Ron DeSantis because he knows what we need, but he also knows what we want.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Bang.
Do you know who the current vice president is?
Kamala Harris.
Who's the 50th president?
Was that Obama? No, that was guy before Obama, right?
The first president of the U.S.
George Washington.
And then the one after that?
John Adams, I believe.
Third president.
I don't know.
Do you know who the current vice president is?
The woman, right? Kamala Harris, is that her name?
Yeah. Who do you want to be president next and why?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that one. Someone who's more pragmatic. No political. Apolitical.
First president of the U.S.
To be a politician.
George Washington.
And the one after that?
John Adams.
Third one.
Is it Thomas Jefferson?
Oh, good stuff.
My man's. I know my thing.
Current vice president.
All right, I've heard enough. How stupid people really are. So I got to go into words when I come back with this. Finally, the digital world of content providers is starting to die.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What an intro.
No, because prior to now, it's been the Wild West. I got a podcast, I'll throw it up. I got a radio show, I'll throw it up. I got, it's just been the Wild West, and 98% of all these people that put a podcast or some type of let's call them content creators, because you can be a content creator and be on regular radio. You can be a content creator and be digital like we are. You can be a content creator and be on Bubba Army HQ. And so content creators are finally recognizing that it is a super tough grind to make a living at it. You have to have a pretty refined catalog of content that you can monetize, I don't know, 10, 15, maybe 20 different ways in order to be able to make a decent living, whether it's individually or with a staff like I have. And when these people are no longer creating content because their podcast got 8 downloads last week,
I think these are employees of Spotify, not people.
But you don't need employees when you don't have people that are providing content.
Oh, okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you start cutting employees when listening is down, when content's down. People.
I thought it was like more of like an AI thing. I thought, or like technology's getting better, so they need less people. That's what I thought.
I think it's a combination of all of that.
Oh, okay.
Man, Bubba's the best.
Brutal honesty.
When he gets full hot and just starts reaming on somebody.
They bring it. They don't hold back. They brightens up my day every day. We love you.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show returns after these words.
I thought it was more like when iHeart made these massive cuts, like several years in a row, and I thought it was just because like, fuck, we can just get AI to do it, or
I think
automate stuff, and we don't need all these people to work for us.
I think that's true. I think they overpay for a lot of content,
I think Spotify's I read it right earlier this morning. They're cutting it because they spent too much money.
Right.
Cut back.
And people like Rogan and shit, where they're giving them like $100, $200 million deals a year and stuff.
Oh, that was from the Wall Street Journal, I think. Because it said something about, the CEO or the president came out and said that they've spent too much money over this past year.
Oh, because of COVID. It says major tech companies went on a hiring spree during COVID to keep up with the huge surge in demand from households and businesses for services such as online shopping and video conferencing. Since then, inflation and rising interest rates have weighed on consumer spending, squeezed the supply of debt and equity funding, and almost like they're just going back to baseline, it seems.
But a lot of it has to do with the fact that people can't make a living out of their little podcast that they thought that Spotify put up for free and thought would garner an audience, and people aren't paying advertising rates for that. And so it's kind of it's a cyclical,
yeah, you're right.
It's a cyclical issue.
They cut 200 employees from its podcasting unit.
Right.
Yeah.
So just no longer. What you don't realize is these companies are going to start cutting podcasting because podcasting costs bandwidth.
Yeah.
And bandwidth costs money, and so they're going to start. We're going to see in the next 2 years that they won't just. Right now, you can go you can start a podcast and you can put it anywhere.
Yeah.
They're going to start charging you.
Really?
For the bandwidth, or not let you do it at all.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, I feel great because I'm on the upper end.
He's a 1%er.
Yeah, it's exactly.
Finally,
you're in the 1%.
Finally, all the bullshit's shaken out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a granola bar?
Audible orgasm 42 months.
You got that right, Terry. Morning, fat pig. What up, Big Red? How are you, buddy? Has racing season begun again yet? What up, Joe? Right back at you, buddy. What up, Iggy? Mid-size red. What do you think about the Democrats keeping that candidate off of the ballot in Florida? Did you hear that? There's that one guy, I can't remember his name, who actually declared for the Democrat Party, and the Florida Democratic Party decided that they weren't even going to put him on the ballot. And so...
Why? Because he didn't have a chance of winning?
Just because, yeah, they just made that unilateral decision. It's like, you know...
Who was he?
I'll figure it out. Hold on a second.
Johnny Goes Marianne Williamson and St. Uger.
Oh, the Young Turks guy?
No, yeah, his name is...
Marianne Williamson.
That's a woman.
There's two. The other guy is...
St. Yoga or whatever.
That's the Young Turks guy. I thought he was running.
He is, but they didn't put him on the ballot.
They're
talking about threats to democracy. The Florida Democrat Party decided unilaterally, without regard to them declaring in the primary that they were contesting Biden, are not putting him on the ballot.
Yeah, because
which is fucking horrible. Then
What are
they
the
did the Robert S.
qualifications? Did anybody be on the ballot? Like, what are the qualifications? Did they just not meet the...
No, it was a subjective
Hi,
decision.
Lummy.
They didn't go through what the qualifications were. They didn't say that they didn't meet the threshold of contributions,
Sure.
like with the Republicans, put these are, yeah, exactly. Amount of contributors.
Let's bring on the pain. Let's bring on the noise. Now we turn.
Aren't you happy you listened to me?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show, probably about, I'm trying to limit after shows between 30 and 45 minutes, Lummy.
There you go.
Just try to get in there and get as dirty as we can for that 30 or 45 minutes, you know what I'm saying?
Keep them wanting more.
Keep their mouths wide open like a little bird being fed a worm by its mom.
You know it?
Much love again to John Costica. Laid out a $100 bill as it's snowing in Indiana. Thank you, John Costica. I'll see you at BARP, buddy. Jay, have you already put your hot wife on notice that she must attend BARP? It's like it's a mandatory.
It's not on. Honest mic's off.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Screaming for the last minute.
Sorry.
We got my dog castrated in anticipation of BARP.
Oh,
usually,
can you say,
listen,
neutered?
Usually she
So
doesn't
sad.
make a lot of things, but she usually doesn't miss BARP.
I think she's going to come. She's going to come to one of the. I don't know if she's going to do Thursday night at Tate's or if she's going to do the big event, but she's going to come around.
The big event. Yeah, I know. Pity will be with you at all facets. And you know, Pity can always bring Wendy too. It ain't like I don't know her.
Care?
I love Wendy.
All right. That may make it
Wendy's is cool. I mean, Wendy's cool.
as cool as it gets.
Wendy's one of the cooler wives.
She's a dude.
She's cool.
She can hang with the dudes on a surf trip. She's chill, man.
So Anna, here's what's going to happen. Mark my word.
Yes.
I'm working on Bubba Army HQ, and we've shown some unbelievable growth in that.
Sure have, man. The podcast numbers are bumping.
And yeah, they are. By the way, you want to get
tripled.
You want to get the latest podcast? Just go right to Bubba Army HQ. Subscribe, man. When you become there's 2 levels of subscription. There's 3. There's the Grunt, which is free. That's all you got to do is create a screen name and give us your email address. So we can have a way to market you, and you're a Grunt, which gets you a certain amount of stuff. And then there is the Sergeant, which I think is $6.99.
Yes, it is.
And then there's the Lieutenant, which I think is $11.99.
$10.99.
$10.99. Now with your Lieutenant, you got full download capabilities.
You get everything.
Yeah. And so, but with it, man, we've seen some incredible growth, and I'm starting to, and it's cost me a lot of money to build Bubba Army HQ, but it's where everything is going, to the point where I've been talking to some insiders. It's solidified by the story that I have on my screen right now. Spotify to cut 17% of its staff. And the reason this is happening, and I was hoping that in my lifetime, the cream would finally rise to the top. And the Facebooks, and not the Facebooks, but the YouTubes, and the people that the podcasting, whether it's iHeart or I think we're on Art19, Podcast One, the people distributing podcasts right now. They're taking about anybody. But eventually, this industry has become so saturated with just crap that the industry is going to start either charging people or tell them no. No. Because it costs us bandwidth for you to have a crappy channel.
So kind of like brokered shows where people used to pay you and now you're paying them to be on the air kind of thing?
No, more like if you have a following and you have a way for them to be able to monetize.
Advertising
right now, if you got let's say you have, Anna Hummel's cousin's a YouTube channel, and your cousin thinks that she's the best, what does your cousin do?
Works for Nike.
All right. Well, she's going to do a shoe channel, and she gets 100 subscribers.
Yeah.
Hell, that's a little optimistic. But none of her video. I mean, how many channels of YouTube can you go through that have 15 subscribers 18 subscribers.
Most.
Yeah, but some of that is just.
But there's radio
Just starting
shows.
out.
There's radio shows. There are big-time radio shows that put their broadcast up from a day ago that get 150 views. Now, YouTube can't make any money off that.
No.
They cannot. The clicks per mil, the CPMs, all that. They cannot. There's nobody that's going to advertise on a channel that gets 153 views. They're just not.
Right.
So all that channel is doing on it to them is costing them money because they have to,
accommodate them.
accommodate the bandwidth. You got to have personnel to, do that. And that's why Spotify and other people are cutting its staff because eventually, and they're going to start cutting creators and either charging creators, hey, if you want your own YouTube channel, it's going to cost, $7.99 or $10.99 a month
host on our platform.
to be on our platform.
Yeah.
Which means finally, those that can attract a crowd. It happens in every form of entertainment. They throw a whole bunch of crap against the wall, and eventually only time will tell what sticks. And what sticks is what sticks. Everything else goes away.
Yeah.
Or they have to pay for it.
Well, I think they hired a bunch of people during COVID because everyone was in and listening to, their favorite podcast all day. But then once people start going back to work, unfortunately, and you have the interest rates going up and people are making less money, a lot of them, I guess, decided not to subscribe to Spotify and stuff like that. And they paid like Joe Rogan $200 million per year. So, where are they going to have to cut costs? And that's the employees.
I don't think Rogan will. I think he's done after this year.
Where do you think he'll go?
I think he'll do his own thing.
I do too.
Just like his own platform?
Yeah, he'll continue to use, I think he'll do his own thing. Joe Rogan is, is the very, very tip of this whole pyramid. He's the very upper 1% of it that can, and him and Tucker and the way they can monetize their amount of views. But, the volume that we do, we're now at 100 million total views.
That's incredible. I told my son that he could not believe it.
Across all of our platforms, we're at 100, well over 100 million views. And so what they're going to do on is they're going to let us continue to do our thing.
Yes, of course.
And they're going to tell others, hey, we don't have, you cannot have a channel that's free unless you have, and then they'll have thresholds. You got this many subscribers, this many views, and whole things.
So what about just like regular people that are not trying to be broadcasters like me, who just has it so that I can share videos with friends at the track, and it has nothing to do with making a profit or getting advertisers or commercials?
They'll probably charge you like $4.99 a month to have a channel.
Sort of like Vimeo did.
Yeah,
which is why I stopped using Vimeo.
Well, but it was a matter of survival for them.
Yeah.
So, finally, we're starting to see that starting to happen where they're going to we don't need, like in the YouTube world, there's, she said there was 56 million content creators and less than 1% had over 100,000 subscribers.
It's like 0.2%.
Yeah. So you honest to God in the YouTube world, I'm not trying to get too specific on my numbers, but I could see where one individual that had his own channel and didn't have a staff of 5 like I do, you could make a living off of 100,000 subscribers. Not a big one, not a big living, but you could be a single dude that had a nice apartment and a decent car if you had 100,000 subscribers and you did it all yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about the threshold of what you need to make any kind of money. Any kind of money. 3, 4, 5 grand a month. You got to have 100,000 subscribers. Anything shorter than that, and you are costing YouTube money. And so I think they're going to start, finally, and it's going to be a huge upside for those that make the cut. For those that make the cut, I think is going to be a huge upside. I really do. And otherwise, I don't know. YouTube's probably too big to fail. Facebook's probably too big to fail.
Well, YouTube's got Google behind it. So.
Yeah, but finally, we're at an era where I think that the Wild West is over with regards to everybody having a channel, and just only the strong will survive. And I think we're on that.
Most definitely.
Trajectory. Did I say it right?
Yeah, you did. Nice.
Bubba the Love Sponge.
I listen to Bubba every day.
I just really enjoy the outrageousness of it.
We love him. Couldn't do without it.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show returns after these words.
Thank you, Joe.
So we briefly had a discussion about the Trojan War.
Yeah, I heard that on the way in.
I was told that.
Lemmy, what is wrong with Lynn?
I don't know if it is.
So they're charging for. I already talked to Len about it today.
I thought it was like Greek
Everything's
mythology.
fine.
I know, but what's the problem?
So when he looked at it, segment 3 was being uploaded because we've gone 35, 39, and then 3 was 40 minutes. So it was being uploaded into the Dropbox views, and it was just taking a little bit longer. But right when his email came in, 3 dropped, and 4 was about 40 minutes, and it dropped right after.
He was the Messiah. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
He uses this as funny.
Right.
But I think
It's just
historically,
he didn't have that short segment in the first couple
that
we've had before.
And so, I don't know if there was.
And I think he was just.
When Danny said that, I thought
He was like, it was back, and then I look it up, and it's
he was just making sure that everything was working.
remains an open question.
I
was
messaged him this morning.
And then I was like, is that just
And
common
I
knowledge? 'Cause in
messaged
my
him
mind,
also.
like, I
I
thought
talked to
it
him
was
about today's.
mythology, like the Trojan
So
War.
I think he was. He kind of made it sound like he was following up, making sure everything's
The
fine.
Greeks were the ones bearing the Trojan horse. So I don't know. What's Alexa say? Can I ask Alexa a question, Bubba?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alexa, was the Trojan horse story accurate? She hates me.
Oh, hold on, no. I
I
might
think
have.
she can hear you.
All right, go ahead. Ask her again.
Alexa, is the story about the Trojan horse real?
I got her turned up. Hey, Alexa, is the story about the Trojan horse real? I don't know if she's not.
She must not be on. Dan was so assertive and certain about that, but I don't know.
But my ass is always looking shit up, so I was like. Oxford University classicists.
Most scholars agree that the Troy was real city and the Trojan War indeed happened.
But to the degree of like how it was described in
Just like the Bible.
Yeah.
Jesus
Archaeological
walked the
evidence
earth,
showed
whether he
that
was a
Troy
Messiah
was
or not
indeed
is
burned
different.
down.
That's
The
the
Trojan
question.
horse is
Right.
an imaginative fable, perhaps inspired by the ancient siege engines, or clothed with damp horse hides to stop them being set alight. I guess it's just
Sounds like
different
someone
parts.
trying to debunk a myth. D-Rock, that's what I thought too, but it looks like in this day and age of information, you can find somebody to support both positions online. Anna's in the myth department, Lummy's in the real department.
Well, I don't know, I'm
I
asking.
think I'm in the real department, maybe. I don't know, I gotta read the articles.
I think something happened and then the tail just
Yeah,
grew.
the legend continued to grow.
It's people saying Jesus did it.
So you don't believe everything that's in the
Walk
Bible?
through the
That's
sea and Moses parted the Red Sea.
No, man, that should really happen.
I mean, and Abraham went up on the chariot of fire or whatever.
That's hilarious.
No, I believe Moses did get lost in the desert.
Yeah, I do too.
For 40 years, that motherfucker was walking around.
And then never got to see it.
He's probably just walking on a fucking giant surf.
Right.
I mean, like.
You're right, Plummel's divorce lawyer. a lot of figurative stuff. What up, Nick? Right back at you, buddy.
Oh shit. That happened like well before even.
Before Jesus walked the earth.
Yeah.
Way,
Not
way
for
before
no,
BC.
I'm not saying Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm saying like even before like Alexander the Great.
Oh yeah.
Like 1,000 years before that.
Yeah, it's like probably what 1500 or 2000 BC.
Yeah. 1300 to 1200 BC.
I'm not usually that good.
Well, that's when the television series is set around the height of the late Bronze Age.
Have you heard about the Garth Brooks conspiracy? Someone's asking.
Yes,
What
is it the Tom Segura thing?
I haven't seen it.
It's the fucking Tom Segura.
I
I
think
guess
Tom
every
Segura's
time
funny.
that Garth like does a performance, like people mysteriously die in that city, and so they're saying that he's like a fucking serial killer. It's like low-key a joke. Is it at your mom's house? Who said that?
Something Rubs.
What's up?
Clint, we'll call him. Clint Rubs.
It's Clint Rubs, Jay. Clint Rubs.
Yeah.
Clint Rubs.
Yeah, I've heard that.
That's right up there. I think. Clint
No, but I
Rubs.
think it's like a joke that like.
Yeah.
It's a Tom Segura, your mom's house thing.
I think he's a funny guy.
Tom Segura's fucking really
I think
funny.
Matt Rife is funny.
Matt Rife does great crowd work.
He's trying to be like canceled right now. I didn't know that he's on Jordan Peterson
I saw
episode.
that.
Yeah. What was the joke? I didn't hear the joke. He was saying something about a wife or something like that, and some guy took it wrong, and so now they're trying to cancel him. He was like,
I thought there were like many. I didn't know there were.
There's like
he
there's
just
an
started coming out because he doesn't like how his crowd is just full of women. And he
Well,
also
no, I
doesn't
think
like
something
how
happened where they're
crowd-
trying to
say that he does crowd
Wait,
work.
who said that?
This guy's playing hardball.
Human misery has never sounded so good.
My life is over and I'm gonna wind up working at Red Lobster.
We're back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Anna, you're more of the podcasting person with regards to.
I listen to a lot of podcasts.
You listen to a lot of
like
podcasts.
A lot.
Do you listen to this one, the Sean Ryan?
Sometimes, yeah, not a lot.
So you're familiar with him?
Yeah, Sean Ryan. I think he was a ex-Navy SEAL.
Yeah, he was.
Right.
That's not him, by the way. It's the other guy.
I know.
Yeah.
But somebody
He doesn't look like a SEAL.
Somebody told me to go to the Sean Ryan episode number 84 at 48 minutes and 30 seconds, and I guess his guest that he's interviewing kind of runs down how he used to work with Gawker and leak stories and stuff like that, and he
Teal let it be known that anybody that litigates against Gawker, he was willing to pay their entire litigation. And
talking about Peter Thiel.
Gawker ultimately released a video of Hulk Hogan having sex with, I believe, a friend of his wife, and but I'm not. Don't quote me on that. But ultimately,
you're right.
Ultimately, Hulk Hogan got a huge multi-million-dollar judgment against Gawker that caused him to crumble. But they were willing, and they did stuff like that. But they were also willing to take stories from guys like me, where no one else would touch it. And once we published that black book, I mean, it was huge.
He's talking about the Franklin scandal. That's a crazy
Yeah,
story.
I think you're talking about the Epstein secret black book.
Well, it looks like that's what the title of the episode is, but you can see at the bottom it says the Franklin scandal. And
The Franklin trafficking network.
Yeah, it was like in the
that?
late 1980s. Again, I don't remember all the details. It was a Republican something.
He was in
heads of state in
Nebraska.
Nebraska, yeah, and they were trafficking kids. It was like this giant scandal that they tried to cover up in the 80s.
Kind of like Pizzagate. Is that
but
such
this
a
really
thing?
happened. I don't think Pizzagate's real.
Yeah, some people say Pizzagate's not real.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it is, but the Franklin scandal did happen. But they've tried to shut it down.
There's a bunch of like devil worshippers and yeah.
Pizzagate is designed to try to make people who question whether or not there's a group of billionaires like Epstein that have exploited for their own benefit and sick perversions children over decades. And so Pizzagate is not accurate, not real, but there's a certain amount of people out there that believe that the rich and powerful have been abusing children forever. And this Franklin situation is another example of when people get caught. And it's been happening, like you said before, with the Catholic Church and with every religion and almost every civilization forever. It's horrible, the exploitation of children. And so they put this little Pizzagate moniker on it to try to, make everyone a conspiracy
Because everybody kind of
theorist.
knows Pizzagate, right?
Right. But when you think about what the underlying premise is and people talk about Epstein Island and the plane, people are really into that.
I'm really into your perfectly tied knot on your...
You're like obsessed with Jay.
Yeah, well, he just looks good as hell.
He's a good-looking guy.
Well, he's a good-looking guy.
Got a big watch on today.
He's my friend, and I'm proud of him. And God dang, he cleans up pretty nice, does he not?
Sure does.
Thank you,
Thank
Bubba.
you, Jay.
Yeah, my pleasure.
We'll see you Friday.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummox.
Co-host, Anna Hummel.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger, video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember...
I repeat hello.